We should be live now. Mike, welcome in. Mike, Mike, I don't think I said hi to you. I think there was like something happening in chat. Or maybe I was just talking. I don't remember. Anyway, hi. If you are so inclined, we're also live on YouTube. If you prefer watching there, there's a link to that in chat. To chat on YouTube, you do have to be subscribed for more than 10 minutes. So we're now live on that platform as well. So welcome in. Again, we're going to be doing trip prep today. We have a big menu for this trip. It's myself and my son. We're going cabin camping. Menu for this trip. We're not going to make all of this stuff today, but here's what we're eating. We're doing scrambled eggs with onions and black beans and cheese for breakfast, pancakes with strawberries, whipped cream, and syrup, oatmeal with raspberries, whipped cream, syrup, and special toppings, which is like a jar of sort of disparate chocolate chips, M&Ms, coconut, brown sugar, mini marshmallows. What else is in there? I don't even remember. Whatever's like loose in the cabinet. Lunches, we have just one lunch that I'm sort of prepping for: sun butter, banana, honey sandwiches on white bread. Dinners are the big sort of main event. We're doing sausage and peppers on rolls with ketchup. We're doing lasagna with salad and garlic bread. And then we're also doing shrimp burgers with a cocktail, mayonnaise, asparagus, and potato chips, obviously. For desserts, we're doing a sea salt brownie and baked apple. So what I'm prepping today is I'm actually making the lasagna full to the point of being assembled and ready to bake. We're going to put a lid on that and just pop it in the fridge. We're making the shrimp burgers to the point where they are frozen and ready to be cooked. We're going to make the brownies. We're going to assemble the baked apples so they're ready to be made. I'm going to make some other vegetable prep for all of that. We're cutting the onion. We're cooking the black beans. We're shredding some cheese. We are caramelizing peppers and onions. We are making the cocktail mayonnaise. We're making a dressing for a salad, and that's it. That's it. Just those things. But I have a big agenda. We're ready to get started. I've got my notebook here. Here's the menu. Wait, yeah, here's the menu. Here's the prep list. Let's get started. Folks who might be joining us on YouTube, just a general housekeeping note: you do have to follow or subscribe for more than 10 minutes. And if you are watching on YouTube, I would appreciate a subscription. What do the professional people say? Like and subscribe. Anyway, thanks for hanging out today, y'all. If you want to chat on either platform, feel free. If you are generally I'm responding to chat on Twitch, but if you chat on YouTube, I will also respond to you there. Yeah, hit that bell, smash that subscribe button. So aggressive. Smash that subscribe button.
Excuse me, Daddy? Sorry.
Oh,
Daddy,
guys, hello.
Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry.
Mike, 10 pounds of potatoes.
Daddy,
oh my God.
Daddy, sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy, bye.
Mike, that's a lot of potatoes. Okay, so the lasagna, we're doing a mushroom and meat lasagna. So first thing first, gotta roast some mushrooms. Then we're going to, let's see, mushrooms. Then we're going to do the caramelizing the onions and the peppers. So I'm getting the pepper and the onion out now, because that's coming basically immediately. Yes, okay. The onion, we're gonna put a little scrap bowl on the counter here, because I'm gonna have some like tops and tails of things. For the mushrooms, Let's do some parchment paper. I'm gonna spread those out on a sheet pan. I already have my oven. It's at 350 right now. I turned it on. I don't know what the proper temperature to roast mushrooms at is, but it's at 350, and that's kind of what we're gonna do with it. Ed, welcome in. Nice to see you. Enjoy your work and lurk. That is my working on anything on the computer, and like lurking on Twitch is lurking on live streams is one of my favorite ways to work. I don't, you know what's, do y'all watch like co-working streams? I know some folks do them, and I've watched them before, but I sort of I like when someone's talking a little bit. If I'm watching a stream, I like want there to be talking. The co-working streams, I'm like, sometimes I appreciate them when I'm actually like trying to get work done. So when I am trying to get work done, they are nice. When I'm just sort of like farting around on the internet and don't have to be in like a focus mode, I prefer to be on a stream that's like covering a topic or like doing something specific. Now, that said, I don't watch gaming streams, so that is different. I know some folks are like gaming. I feel like I want to watch something where I don't need to, where someone's like talking and interacting more, rather than me having to like watch the thing. I don't know. Rimjob Short. Shout out to the tops and the bottoms. Shout out to both the tops and the bottoms. Correct. We love all parts of the onion. And I know that's what you were talking about. Did I mention that we like innuendo here? I did. Good. Definitely work and lurk. I enjoy just sort of, I don't know, it doesn't even matter what stream, like I have people that I like more so than like a specific type of content. Like I really do like food streams, right? But there's also plenty of streamers whose streams I enjoy who don't do food. You know, it doesn't have to be a food stream. Sip on like body doubling. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I think a lot of the co-working streams are set up to be like that, where you're working, someone else is working, you know, someone's working live, they're doing like a Pomodoro method where, you know, they have some music on and people in chat are like updating their to-do lists. You know, those are fun, and I very occasionally will lurk on them. I'm not going to put my like tasks and to-dos into the chat, right? Because if I'm working, I don't want to get caught up in that, right? There's that whole thing where like if I start chatting, if I like open chat and like start doing something there, then I won't be working. So for me, I do enjoy those, but mostly I listen to a lot of, if I need to like focus during the day, like DJ streams are a big one for me. I never listen to podcasts during the day. I don't, if I really need to think, I can't have someone talking. If I'm like, I think the delineation for me is if I am writing, so I'm working on writing a recipe, right? I'm editing a recipe. I'm doing anything that requires me to like form thoughts in my head. I can't have someone talking to me. So I could not watch my own stream if I was trying to like get work done. Focused, thoughtful work. I would be able to if I was like planning something, like working through a to-do list of like administrative tasks, like logging into websites and submitting invoices, or, you know, like planning camping trips, stuff like that. That's something I could have talking on in the background. So really, I love live streams because that, to me, it lets you do either one of those things. Like there's an abundance of streamers who fit both of those molds. So no matter what sort of energy I'm in at that moment, like someone's there for me. It's so nice. I love the internet. I like to chill in places doing similar things. That feels familiar. And I think for some of the co-working things, like Bagger, yeah, I don't want you to ask me if I'm done with my task. Yeah, me neither. Because that's what I mean. If I get caught up, then I am unlikely to finish them. And that's going to make me feel worse. We're going to put this big pan on the stove. My other pan is unfortunately my 9-inch, 10-inch cast iron pan. It has a spot on it that's come completely unseasoned. It has like it's like really unseasoned, and it's starting to get a little like rust on it, and I really need to send it off to my buddy to get it like redone. I've tried to do it myself a couple times, and I can't. It's got spots that are built up and spots that are not, that are like completely down to the raw iron, and it's annoying. So Flip says, I'm kind of picky on someone's voice pitch or tone if I'm just having something on to keep me company. I like their content, but I got to watch on mute. I feel that. There's definitely some folks who they have like this dulcet tone, and it's like, you have a voice for radio, and it sounds so lovely. 9 says, I can't read and hear at the same time. Yeah, exactly. If I think about this, like I was watching Twitch yesterday while I was doing some like planning. I was like adjusting my to-do list and making my working on like camping stuff, right? Like that I can do with half my brain or less. And some of it then I can dedicate to like listening to the conversation. It's the same thing with like a podcast, right? Like I don't listen to a podcast and do anything else. Like I can't tune it out. I can do that when I clean though, Bagger, that's for sure. Like, yeah, cleaning, I love putting my headphones on and listening to like an audiobook or a podcast or Twitch or something, like some sort of conversational thing where I'm focused on the words, and like, you know, a full 40% of my brain is like just listening and consuming audibly, and the rest of it is like, you know, I'm just on autopilot as I'm like putting stuff away and tidying the house. Like that I love. I could do that for hours, and occasionally do. Occasionally, I will do exactly that. Have my headphones, just enjoy like not having to engage with my creative part of my brain. 9 says I listen to podcasts while driving. Yeah, I that is one thing. I never consume Twitch while I'm driving. Even if it's just listening, even if it's just like the DJ stuff, because there is an element where you know, even if you're quote just listening, you know, where every so often you look at chat, or like someone's doing something that you really do want to look at, because it is a visual medium after all. And my self-control is good enough that I cannot look at my phone while I'm driving, but not so good that if I was listening to Twitch, that I would never. I don't think I could say that I would never look at it. But Bagger says I always have a desire to chat. You know, that's where you and I differ. I have a desire to chat, but mostly when I'm consuming Twitch, I'm sort of like not at a keyboard, or I'm doing something else. I often have Twitch on the TV and not in a place where I can chat. Like I'd have to open a browser window and do that there. So often I will watch an entire stream or like the bulk of a stream from like, you know, I'll tune into something and then I'll still be there when they raid, but then I will never not once chat in that stream. And I know that about myself, and every time I'm like, I'm gonna get better at chatting, I don't. I literally just don't. And I appreciate the people who do chat. And I also recognize that there is like a whole contingent of people out there just like me who just don't. I know this because, and I'm not calling anyone out specifically, but like you can see watch time for your streams, right? Like you can see, oh, this, you know, this user, you know, and I don't live in that data, right? Like every so often, every like couple months, I'll go and look at it. And I am consistently surprised with some of the folks that are in there, pleasantly surprised, who don't chat on stream. Who I'm like, oh, I didn't know that you watched stream that much. Like, great. Maybe you're currently listening to the sound of my voice and nodding along and being like, hey, that's me. And if that's the case, hi, I am talking directly to you and I appreciate you. Because that is my entire vibe. I've been there's folks on Twitch that I've been subscribed to for like 4 years, 4+ years, that I might have sent 50 total chats in their channel. Maybe. I'll watch people for weeks without chatting at all. When I do chat, I don't pretend like they know me either. Like I also don't like assume that they know that I'm ever there. I don't know. Cyber, if you're looking for chat count, it's my chat count. Oh, okay. That pan is too hot. We're gonna take that off the heat for a second. I'm gonna let that one chill. Huh, I wonder why follow age doesn't work there. Interesting. I'm not sure. Rimshot Sharp. All bangers too. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know why the follow age didn't work in that one. Interesting. A whole month of my life. You know what, Cyber? I am thankful for you. One of the whole we're almost at 4 years. I fixed it. That's okay. You have to be following for follow age to work. You know that is true. I've heard that before. That's really funny. As I said, follows are silent, so unless you're chatting, unless you're chatting and if you hit the follow button, I'm not going to say hi to you. I'm not going to like say thanks for following, etc. You've been here for a little while. Yeah. Sometimes people just don't, I don't know. Every once in a while I'll you know what I'm not embarrassed about, but so I talk about follow age, or not follow age. Cyber, thank you for the gift subs. I appreciate you. When I'm watching a new channel and Lord Nerd, that's a good idea. I like that. I don't think that's ever happened before. So, first use case. Cyber, I appreciate the gift subs. Thank you. Can I tell you what a weirdo I am? I mean, not that this will be not that this is a secret. I've said this before, but I won't follow someone while they're live unless I know that nothing happens. If I know that they're not going to say anything when I hit the follow button, if I know that I won't follow unless follows are silent. I have a file on my computer. I have a file on my laptop and on my a draft email that just says follow offline. And if I find someone that's interesting, that's streaming, sometimes what'll happen is like someone will follow them while they're live and they'll be like, hey, thanks for the follow. And they won't say anything. They won't ask, like, if I know that that's going to happen, I'll just I'll follow them while they're live. But unless I know that that's what's going to happen, I won't. And I always feel weird about it. Because I'm like, or I'll follow them 30 seconds after they raid out. That I definitely do. Her shyness takes over and she waits till they're offline. Caretaker, yeah. Mainly, my hang up is, and this is part of why, hey, if you're watching on YouTube and you hit the subscribe button, nothing happens. Just FYI. There's a link to YouTube in chat on Twitch. Just gotta put it out there. I just don't, because I know that I'm not going to chat for a long time. Sometimes if it's a new food and drink streamer, someone who's like doing their first cooking stream, but is like, I'm planning on doing more of these, and there's like one or two people in chat, I'll chat for a little bit if I'm like hanging around. But generally, I don't. Generally, I'll just follow offline. Okay, we've roasted the onions. We're caramelizing the peppers currently. Next is Dyson onion. This is going to be for breakfast. We're going to cut a small onion because it's only 2 people. Offline followers stand out more, Bagger, you say. I think it depends. I know if it's if it's like a big streamer, if it's someone who's got like, you know, a large audience, I'll just follow while they're live, even if it gives an alert, because like they're not going to acknowledge me anyway, you know, like that's fine. I don't like Like that I don't worry about. It's the folks who are, you know, sized like myself, where, you know, they're much more likely to engage directly with kind of anyone who comes through chat. That's where I'm like, we're not doing this live until I know. So that's why I talk about it regularly. I like, and it is, you know, a recurring chat message, but I just want people to know, like, hey, if you hit the follow button, nothing happens. Like, silent follows. It's literally in the stream title. I never take it out of the stream title. Beth, I'm glad you liked the cookies. Fuck a Weight Watchers ad, seriously. Like, can we get off the January health train now? Like, it's been decades. Like, we don't need this type of like nonsense in January. If you wanted to join Weight Watchers, you would have already. And an advertisement in amongst the sea of other advertisements during the most awful time of year for like weight loss advertising is really probably not going to change a damn thing. I don't know. I'm getting all these ads for meal kits right now. All the meal kit services are out there in force. I feel Rimdub says I feel compelled to chat more if they only have a couple viewers. That's reasonable. I feel it depends. It depends on what my energy is, very honestly. Like sometimes I don't have the energy to chat. Often I just don't want to. Twitch to me is passive consumption. Live streaming to me is like very passive consumption. I replaced like television watching with live stream watching, so I treat it much the same way. I approach it with much the same energy as like television watching, where like I'm not talking to the people on the show that I'm watching, you know. I mean, maybe I am. Like, don't go in there, you stupid. Like, what are you doing? Like, but I don't expect them to engage back with me, you know. I can do that same thing on Twitch. Like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Kathy, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. And that's 200 check-ins. That's a Cookie Club entry. Also, 200 check-ins feels like confetti time. Are you ready? Here you go. Have some. Your subscription is a Cookie Club entry. Your 200th check-in is a Cookie Club entry. I hope dinner was good the other day. I hope you are enjoying January, such as it is. All right. So this onion, that should not sound like this. We were talking the other day about how sound, right? We were talking about how sound is a factor when you're cooking. And if you can, when you're writing a recipe, if you can associate like what something should sound like, it's powerful to be able to do that. I am caramelizing onions and peppers in this pan back here. I shouldn't be able to hear them sizzling. If I can hear them at that level, they're too warm or the pan is too hot. I'm not trying to fry them. I'm trying to caramelize them, meaning they should be very low and cooking very slowly. We brought up sound when the recipe said fragrant. Right. Right. And I was writing a recipe last night. I finished writing the asparagus recipe and submitted it yesterday. And at one point I was like, I used the word fragrant in the recipe and I thought about it and I was like, no, nope, not gonna do that. Y'all, I can't tell you, I'm not gonna tell you what it was, but I had a carrot recipe I was testing last night that was so phenomenally good. When it's published, I will share it. it wasn't my recipe, it was someone else's. I wish it was mine. It was amazing and super easy. And I was like, it said it serves 4, right? Gwen was out last night and it was just Calvin and I for dinner, and Calvin and I ate the whole thing. It was a 1 pound bag of carrots, and he and I ate all of them in less than 5 minutes. It was like, I was like, oh man, these are really good. And then they were gone. And like, it's so quick too. It was like, oh, oops. I guess we should have saved that. Did Daisy get any carrot bits? She was not around for that yesterday. I don't know where she made her way to. She has not, because she can't hear anymore, she doesn't hear me saying the word carrots out loud, which was sort of her tell earlier. Not tell. That was her like her trigger before to race downstairs. Serves 2 means to me just enough for Bagger. It was, if Calvin wasn't here, I would have eaten the whole thing. It was 1 pound bag of carrots was the ingredient. That's what it called for, and I would have easily eaten the whole thing. I will at some point. I'm gonna when it is live. I don't know when that will be, but it should be pretty soon. Usually by the time things are at the testing stage, they're when I get them, they're like at final copy. They have all like the publication stuff in there. It's just like, hey, make sure this completely works. Like it's already gone through the editorial process. It's already gone through, I think 1 round of testing. At least 1. Yeah, serves 4. No, caretaker. We have 3 people that live in this house, right? 3, 2 adults and 1 10-year-old. When we make boxed mac and cheese, we make 3 boxes. Usually we make 4, and there's leftovers for the next day. There's like someone, like Gwen gets lunch the next day. Okay. Yeah, it feeds 4 2-year-olds. Maybe. Depends on the enthusiasm of your 2-year-old, honestly. Calvin's loved mac and cheese forever, and basically for his whole life it's been important that we make at least 2 boxes. Okay, we've diced the onions. Let's check these mushrooms. A standard box of pasta says it serves 8. No. That's not true. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's based off of like, whatever a 4-ounce serving, or no, 8. No, 4-ounce serving would be serves 4 if it's box of pasta. Standard box of pasta is 16 ounces. Healthier mac and cheese from Costco. How big is the box, Bagger? That's the other question. Like, if you have a family size box of mac and cheese, do you need to make 4 of them? No. 3 will probably do. Depends on your family. So the mushrooms that I'm roasting here are for the lasagna. These I'm roasting them, and then we're going to cut these up. I'm gonna like chop these a bunch, And then these are just going to go in with the meat when I mix everything in. I was going to make just a lasagna, a mushroom lasagna. But even Calvin, my mushroom loving son, vetoed that idea. He was like, nah, Dad, it's got to have some meat in it. And I was like, all right, well, what about both? And he was like, both would be great. I was like, okay, cool, we'll do it. All right, but these are coming along. They're smaller than they were, but we're going to put these back in. They're not quite. I want these to be roasted, like a little over roasted, I would say. So we're gonna give these. I should set a timer for these because there's a chance that I'm gonna forget and burn them. So let's give those. I don't know how long they've been in there, but let's give those another. Let me check those after 10 more minutes. Okay. Got it. Cauliflower pasta. I don't think I've had cauliflower pasta. I've had chickpea pasta, which is okay. I found that it doesn't hold together as well. Like, kind of falls apart when you cook it. Like, even if you're not like stirring it aggressively. At least that was my experience. I'm going to cook these black beans now. These are also going to be for breakfasts, a breakfast. I just diced up that onion. So I'm going to do like a egg scramble. Usually I put sausage in it, but we're going to go with beans this time because still on the use it up train. And we have like a very small amount of black beans. So this is like the perfect amount just to throw in some scrambled eggs. Okay. Yep, got a little rock in there. Don't want that. Let's see. Take out any that are like just the little shell scraps. Okay. These are really, I don't even remember when these are from. These might take a little while to cook, but they're very small. Those red beans on Tuesday took a really long time to cook. Longer than I was expecting them to. These are less than half the size of those, though. So, we'll see. Squid ink linguine. I've had squid ink sauce and linguine before. But it has been a while. It always feels so fancy when you see it on a menu. Ow. Okay, I am not using this. Am I using this griddle today? No. I am taking it with me, though. One of the things that's the biggest difference between like an Airbnb and a state park cabin is that when in an Airbnb, sometimes you expect there to be something and it's not there. In a state park cabin, you don't expect it to be there and it's also not there. So you have to bring all of your cooking implements, anything that you want to cook with, pots, pans, spoons, whatever, has to come with you. So I'm going to bring the griddle so I can make pancakes. I'm going to put a little salt in these beans and set them to boil. They're on my simmer burner, so they're gonna take a little bit to come up to the temperature here. But okay, I'm gonna turn these onions up just a little tiny bit. You know, Bagger, you can say how overhyped truffles are. You can. I don't know if I've had. I can't think of what truffles taste like. If I'm I'm like, I'm trying to consider what truffles might taste like, and I don't think, I don't even know if I've had anything with truffles in it. It's certainly not something that I would be cooking with. I'm over here switching some batteries around, so just give me a second. I've certainly never cooked with truffles myself. That is facts, as the youth say. It feels I don't even know where I would get them if I wanted them. Okay, we're plugging in the book light now and my headphones and 2 more inflatable lanterns. Okay, I'm going to turn this down just a touch. The scarcity is fascinating. They're not expensive necessarily because they are good. They're expensive because they are hard to get. They're expensive because of supply and demand. They've been made to appear good because they're difficult to acquire. Also, you can't grow them in a controlled environment, I don't think. Like, you can't, if you could grow truffles on a mushroom farm, people would be doing that. And I think that's that's like the big difference is you can't grow them, so you have to find them. Like, they are intentionally scarce, not intentionally, they're scarce, and there's nothing you can do about them being scarce. Okay, we're at the let's start building the lasagna phase, which includes browning the meat, making the sauce, shredding the mozzarella for the topping, whipping and folding the ricotta together. So here's what we need to do now. I need to make sure that I know what my lasagna recipe is. I'm sort of going from 2 different cookbooks. I looked at 2 different cookbooks and I was like, I always make the one from one of these books. Let me just check. Let me like reference this other one. I think I'm gonna sort of pull 80% of my recipe from 80% of my recipe from this book, the new best recipe. This one I've used on stream many times. It's got all sorts of little flags in it for all sorts of different recipes. The other 20% of my recipe, I'm going to pull from The Joy of Cooking, which is a new to me cookbook, but not at all new to the world. I'm excited. This copy of this, so I went from having 0 copies of this to having 2 copies of this. I want one of the fun little things about the Joy of Cooking, this specific copy, was that I acquired a copy sort of organically, which is what I was waiting for, from a thrift store in Phoenicia, New York. After talking to the owner, it was on the shelf. It was like her cookbook in college. And I was like, this is perfect, because like I didn't want to buy a brand new copy of this. I wanted one that had been used and loved and like whatever. I'd sent through the grapevine, one of the authors / editors of The Joy of Cooking is someone who I knew. I didn't know that I knew them, but I knew them. I didn't know that they were involved in the in this book. They have a whole staff here, just like generally. Like this is a continuously updated thing. So she reached out to me and was like, "Hey, like I saw the whole thing with The Joy of Cooking. Like, did you know that I work on that cookbook?" And I was like, I had no idea. Person who I know. And she was like, "Well, I do. can I send you a copy, like a brand new copy? Can I like gift you a copy of this? So I now have my own copy for Lou, Happy Cooking, from one of their editors, and I've been going through it and enjoying it, and so I sort of looked at both the lasagna recipes from these two really like well thought out cookbooks that are like well edited, highly tested, like reliable cookbooks. So I'm gonna read through kind of both of them and just see like what I want to pull from one versus the other to make this lasagna. I usually only make the one from the new best recipe. I'm starting to try to use the joy of cooking a little bit. But if I'm being honest, there was some things in this recipe that I was like, they didn't align with like what I wanted out of the lasagna. This one required you to like cook the noodles. I don't want to cook the noodles. I want to use no cook noodles. So it's a whole thing. With the connects, I know, right? It was one of those things like, you know, sort of doing recipe development and like having friends in that world. I tagged, well, what happened was I had tagged, I was using the joy of cooking to make the bolognese for the gnocchi stream that we did like a month and a half ago. I made like an Instagram story about it. And I was like, oh, I'm going to go live and like do this thing from this cookbook that I got. And I tagged the joy of cooking in it because like you got to tag brands, right? Because maybe they'll send you stuff. And that's how that person and I connected. Like we'd already been connected. I just didn't know that she also worked on this cookbook, among other things that she works on, which I am involved with. I didn't know you could grow truffles organic, like in a lab. That's wild. How to cook everything. 9. I feel you. This is the third. These two, the new best recipe and this book, have been my like resources for forever. This one is now added to the rotation, and as someone who does work on recipes and like builds them, these have a lot of like foundational elements that are good when you're like, okay, I know that I need to do this one thing. What's a good way to describe that? Like, what's a good word to use in this situation? Like, sort of, they're great reference materials, but how to cook everything, I love. One of my favorite things in this, I cook quiche on stream all the time. I don't use the cookbook anymore for it because it's just in here now, but the ratio that he gives for like the ingredients in quiche, like how to just construct a quiche from anything that you have in your fridge, like San's recipe, perfect. It's like, it's all in my head now, but I remember for years I was looking, I like had the book out. Anytime I was making a quiche, I'd be like, all right, we're getting out how to cook everything. I also got that one. I got that book in a thrift shop too. I don't love buying brand new cookbooks unless it's a specific author that I want to support. The last brand new cookbook I bought was this one, who is a specific author that I wanted to support. So I bought her cookbook. And then the other one that I bought recently, this was new, not because it's Karen Page, but the Flavor Bible. I've been using the Flavor Bible for a long time, and the vegetarian one is great because it doesn't have any meat in it. And I don't always love when like things, I want a little bit more when it's like, what flavors does this go with? And like half of them are meats. And I'm like, but I don't want that. So I primarily use the Flavor Bible and now this just for references when I'm trying to get inspiration on recipe development. Okay, but we do need to go and look at these lasagna recipes. Oh, my timer just went off. Kathy, enjoy your meeting. I hope you come out of it with no new work. And I hope everyone listens to your ideas. Hollandaise blender method, right? My favorite, I found the hollandaise recipe that I have that I love was it basically calls for making it like way in advance and putting it in a thermos. And I was like, this is perfect. Cumby Bird, welcome in. The Joy of Cooking sounds like an interesting book. It is. It's unique. It's also, I should probably not put this directly from the oven on top of paper, huh? It's also unique in the way that it presents recipes, specifically the ingredients, because it basically, it presents the recipe in like human language. It doesn't have a list of ingredients. It like has them sort of throughout. So the Joy of Cooking, you basically like start making the recipe. You just like start at the top and work your way through. It is interesting. I personally would not, I don't, it's one of the things I don't like about it. I do like the fact that I know that all the recipes work. That is helpful. The fact that I can pull basically any recipe from there and it's like guaranteed to work is phenomenal. Fellas, welcome back. Single Fahrenheit digits, 5 inches of snow. Whoa. That's one of those things where you're like outside in a long sleeve shirt working, and then like the literal moment that you stop moving, you're like, well, I'm frozen now. Hollandaise tends to get gross in a bowl. Yeah, you got to make it like right away or keep it warm. Must have been first edition. Whoa, nice. That's cool. I think the one that I have is third. I want to say third edition. I'm not sure. As long as you have time to do each step. Right. You should still read the recipe through all the way before you get started. That's true of every recipe. So let's look at this. This is a hearty meat lasagna. This is from the New Best recipe, which is an America's Test Kitchen book, by the way. Like, that's what I like about it. This is the revised edition, might be the second edition. This is from 2004, from the editors of Cooks Illustrated. The meat sauce: olive oil, 1 medium onion, 6 garlic cloves, a pound of meatloaf mix, salt, pepper, heavy cream, pureed tomatoes, and diced tomatoes. That's just the sauce. For the sauce, you heat the oil in a large, heavy bottom Dutch oven. Add the onion, add the garlic, add the meat, add the cream, add the pureed and drained diced tomatoes, bring to a simmer. Simmer for about 3 minutes, set the sauce aside. Okay, so this all goes in a Dutch oven. Sauce in a Dutch oven, simmer, finish. That's easy. Sauce for the lasagna bolognese. So I'm also pulling the roasted mushroom lasagna where it says basically like roast mushrooms, and use that instead of meat. So you make this is basically, you just make the bolognese sauce. You make a bolognese sauce. You make a white sauce. You grate Parmesan into it. The bolognese is $5.58. So let's take a look at that. $5.58 bolognese. Pancetta, carrot, celery, onion, beef stock. Oh, stock. White wine. Tomato paste. Okay, I'm gonna pull. So I don't want to make 2 different sauces to combine them. I am just gonna make one. We're gonna add the roasted mushrooms in here, but we're gonna add them at the end after I've cooked my meat. After I've cooked my meat, before I add the heavy cream and the tomatoes, we're gonna add the mushrooms in there. This also calls for a white sauce. I think I want to add a little bit of, do I have, what is this? Raspberry balsamic. I sure do not want that. Sherry, do I have any red? Yes, red cooking wine. That's what I want to add. I want to add a little bit of red cooking wine to this because I do like that element of that recipe. So we'll pull that out for now. Red wine vinegar, no. Balsamic, no. Sherry. Do I want sherry or red wine? Maybe I want a little bit of cooking sherry. Like cooking reserva. Whoa! I just dropped the hot sauce out of my cabinet and caught it before it shattered on the counter. Hell yeah. So add a little bit of sherry to this, not the red cooking wine. That's gonna be nice. Then I think that was it. Adding the mushrooms, adding the wine. Let me look at the white sauce, page 548. 5, 6, 5, 4, 46, 47, 48 white sauces. 3 cups of white sauce. White sauce or bechamel, bay leaf, onion, butter, flour, milk, pepper, nutmeg. Okay, no, I don't want anything from that recipe. Maybe I'm gonna add, oh, I know what I want to add here. I want to add a little bit of thyme to this sauce as well, because I have a bunch of thyme and I don't have any other use for it, so we're gonna add that. We're gonna add that. Okay, we need to get the sauce cooked. We need to get the sauce cooked because while that's simmering and then cooling down a little bit, I do want the sauce to be cooled down before assembling it. So we're gonna do the sauce completely now. We're gonna I think instead of, I have this sort of phased out where I was like, we'll make the sauce, then we'll do, we'll brown the meat, we'll start on the sauce, we'll do the cheese, we'll finish the sauce. No, I'm gonna do the sauce completely because it does go step by step easily through there. We'll let that cool off a little bit, just a little bit, before assembling it. Because I'm not gonna cook it today. So if the sauce is hot, when I layer everything, it's going to end up being, it's going to end up melting, not melting, but the ricotta, it's going to mix too much before it bakes. So, okay, I think that's good. Let me see if there's anything else that I want to do with this cookbook before we move just to this one. Like I said, 80% of my recipe is going to come out of here. Bell peppers, garlic. No, the overlaps here are also pretty significant. So, okay, finish with this for now. Move that back over there. 9, cream in the sauce. Yeah, it calls for a 1/4 cup of heavy cream, so it's not a ton. It is just in the sauce, so it's just like a thickener. It's a thickener, and the rest of it still has ricotta, mozzarella, ricotta, parmesan, basil, egg. So it still has the cheese layers. It's not, it's definitely a lasagna. It would be good. Does moussaka have pastry layers? Am I thinking of the right thing? Okay, let's get our ingredients for this. So I need an onion and garlic cloves. Those are the 2 things that I need to prep for this. 1 medium onion. We're gonna use Vidalia onion, a little bit sweeter and a little bit more of my preference. I've been on the sweeter onions recently. I used to do, not used to, but I've kind of for a long time just used like medium yellow onions for everything, and I've just been, I don't know, for some reason more on the sweeter onions lately. I'm gonna wash my hands because it's been a little bit, and we'll get started. So we're doing well on time. I sort of I didn't I started on relatively on time today. I started like 15 minutes after noon or so. Sometimes I'm much later than that, so I feel good about things today. I don't have a hard stop today. We do have plans this evening, so around if I end up getting too short for time, I'm gonna cut some of the stuff off of the end here, because I have a lot of my like nitpicky prep stuff at the end that I can do in my sort of goblin hours around like midnight tonight. I don't have to do them on stream. I do want to finish the lasagna, finish the shrimp burgers, make the brownies, and assemble the baked apples. Other things I could sort of jettison if needed. Cringing for Dragon says moussaka is like lasagna with eggplant instead of pasta. I see. Okay, that's why I'm not super familiar with it. Eggplant, because of the eggplant. I don't cook with eggplant. Eggplant and I do not agree digestively. We'll leave it at that. Layering the bechamel in. Yeah, the Joy of Cooking recipe had you mix the white sauce and the red sauce. So you make basically like 2 batches of red sauce and 1 batch of white, and that was interesting. Oh, speaking of mushrooms, I should probably check the ones in the oven. I didn't set another time. Oh, I did set another timer. It's about to go off. Look at that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and my sense of timing is pretty good. Really, that was really pretty good sense of timing. 6, 7. Okay, I'm gonna add a little garlic to this. Peel these. Didn't know eggs grew on plants. Bagger, the original eggplant was named because before they like bioengineered it to be massive and purple, it was smaller and white and literally looked like eggs on coming off of a plant. So that's where the name comes from. Exactly, Cringing Dragon. Classic Italian eggplants are shaped, sized, and colored like an egg. Yes. They are, in fact. Okay, these are looking all right. We're basically there. I've been roasting these. They're at 350, so they're not super. The oven is not super hot. It's just like a sort of. I could have roasted them even lower than this, but they're certainly reduced in size quite a bit. I'm going to give these some of the thick pieces on here. Nothing's burnt yet. I don't have anything crispy. We're all still in that like squishy, roasty phase. So I'm gonna give these like another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll be finished with those. Stir my caramelizing vegetables over here. These are coming along. These are on really, really low heat. So they're just getting soft right now. I might turn these, I did just turn these up just a little teeny tiny bit. I haven't, this is a bigger pan than I usually use for what I'm doing with them. So it's a little bit different in terms of like time and temp. So I'm still kind of like trying to figure out the right exact scenario, or right exact temperature for those. Smaller than cherry peppers and round. Yeah. You know, I've only ever had like the normal like big purple eggplant scenario. I'm kind of wondering if different varietals of eggplants would hit me differently. I have really bad digestive issues when I try to eat eggplant, and it's frustrating because I would love to love them, but I don't. Job says, I grew up eating Vietnamese pickled eggplants. Oh, thought it was a translation issue because they're small and white. No, those are more akin to what they were before. I don't know why they were sort of engineered to be larger. I'm assuming it just has to do with like commercialization. Thinner and fewer seeds. That interesting. Yeah, more mass, more money. Yeah. In a surprise to absolutely nobody, capitalism was like, hey, let's make these bigger. I'm prepping the vegetables, or I'm prepping the onion and the garlic for this first. Then we'll get started. Yeah, the Carlussy. Yes, we do. Anybody in chat a Recipe Reborn subscriber? Her new emote is this very thing, different colored, but you know. Deal with the aftermath. Night. You know what? I feel like that's the same thing that a lot of people who are sensitive to dairy. That's like the same thing. It's like a little bit of cheese. We'll see. We'll just see how it goes. Thickly sliced zucchini. Yeah, you can layer zucchini too. As long as it's the thick zucchini and not the ones with the like fully liquid center that are just all seeds. I did get a sus tube nailless. Yeah, I've had this for a little bit. I finally broke down and got it. I was at Fonte's in Philadelphia, the kitchen store in the Italian market that I've taken y'all to on some IRLs before. And I was talking to one of the folks at the store, and I was like, hey, do these actually work? And he was like, oh yeah, like, yes, they do. And I was like, all right. It was like $1. I was like, all right, let me get one. I like it. This one is today. I think it's the garlic. The garlic is particularly, I don't know, it's being difficult today. In general, I've used it probably 5 or 6 times, and it's been great. It definitely does what it's supposed to, and doesn't take up any room. It's not like a big device, right? Like, I think that was the point for me. I was like, all right, this takes up so little space that if it does actually work, it's going to save me a lot of like heartache. And because I always just get annoyed peeling garlic. It really is annoying. I don't mind mincing it and chopping it, but I hate the peeling process. And this definitely takes most of the work out of it. Today, like I said, there was some that were a little more difficult, but generally speaking, yeah, I would say it works. I definitely like to just smash them too. Like that is before peeling them, I like press them with my palm and then kind of just move along. Now I still don't have a garlic press or any of that. I just just bang them on the counter and that's it. Now for something like this, I'm gonna do these on the microplane, and that way, because I want them to like get into the sauce a little bit more. If I'm like frying them, I will I usually just chop them and then like smash them and then just give them like a rough chop. The pre-peeled garlic. Do you like those? I've never actually. I've like honestly, I've never actually bought pre-peeled garlic. I see it all the time. So I'm gonna just do these on the microplane, and then I'm gonna smash or chop the little end pieces here that I'm not grating, because that's where my fingers go. Yeah, the unprocessed garlic is cheap. I just buy it sort of whenever I go to the Reading terminal. I buy like a bulb of garlic a week. And sometimes I use it all and sometimes I don't. And sometimes I end up throwing out a piece or two of it because it's got that like green haze to it. Yeah, Shart, the peeling is the worst part. Garlic, it's like what do the garlic and the DMV have in common? Like all of the paperwork. So much paperwork. I want the machine that pre-peels the garlic for you. Now, I would definitely prefer to buy the pre-peeled garlic, like in the sort of like hierarchy of garlic. I'm gonna buy like a bulb of fresh garlic and peel it myself mostly. I'd probably buy the pre-peeled before I bought the pre-minced. And no like shade, because the pre-minced is certainly the easiest of those. Often I think the pre-minced is in like oil, and like it just adds different flavor to it. Yeah, the garlic. Exactly. Don't tell what's his name? The chef guy who does all this stuff on TikTok. Forget his name. I watch him all the time, but I buy the one with the water. Okay. Yeah, the oil, the ones that come in the oil, I'm always like, it just adds enough additional flavor that I'm like, I don't love it. It's funny, like, I mean, not funny, but like obviously, you know, the more processed it is, i.e. the pre-minced garlic is certainly easier than what I'm doing. I've been doing garlic now for like 10 full minutes and I'm just about finished. Okay, that's plenty of chopping for that. My friend Drew just came back. He was borrowing the car. Wonder if he's coming in or not. He might be. I don't know. Yeah, use what you got, fellas. Exactly. And use what makes sense, too. Like, if time is a factor, like, use the thing that saves you time so that you can enjoy. Like, if the option is, you know, a bunch of pre-chopped or whatever processed stuff that then lets you cook a meal versus like getting carry out or takeout. You know, if that's the factor, then like obviously do the thing that allows you to do the other thing that you want to do. Right? Freeze-dried garlic bits. Interesting. Do you rehydrate them? I got tired of getting my hands smelling like garlic. That is also valid. I remember when I was a kid, those like the airplane magazines always had they had this device in them that I always found like completely and compellingly mysterious. That was it was like garlic and onion soap, but it was basically like a metal bar that you like wiped your hands on as you washed them. It was like, it didn't go away. Not like soap, where soap, you know, sort of you use it and you use it up. Do y'all remember that? It was like this bar that was, you just like rubbed it on your hands. I was like, I never had it. Dan, I appreciate you. Thank you. You knew I was, you're watching, you're probably watching in distress as I continue to forget the mushrooms, because I did not set a timer for them. I said I was going to set a 5-minute timer, and then I didn't. So I appreciate you. Thank you. These are ready to come out now. We're going to sit those over on the counter and just let them sit. For those of y'all who aren't watching chat, Dan was like, hey, just a heads up, you put the mushrooms in like 10 minutes ago. Mike, ice cube trays. Oh yeah, pre-processing all of your own garlic would be fascinating. That would be interesting. Yeah, restaurant and fast food stuff is expensive. Gwen and I looked at our budget recently and we were like, oh, yeah. 2 bags of prepped parsnips. You're doing it. Very nice. I love parsnips. Do you cut the woody core out of the parsnips? Some people do. Some people cook them long enough that it doesn't really matter. Kanara has one. She swears by it. If Kanara says it's good, I'm inclined to trust it. Generally speaking, the lady knows what she's talking about. You know what I mean? Shart says I use a food processor to chop a lot of garlic. Okay. Okay. I don't know why I haven't thought to do that. I guess because I don't think to get the food processor out to chop like 6 cloves of garlic. But this is where I'm continually coming back more frequently now to the idea that I want to get a spice grinder, like a coffee grinder, like a top, you know, one that you put the coffee in and you just like press a little button, not like a big coffee grinder, but like a tiny one that I can do like fresh spices in. And I would definitely put that in there. Because if I'm grinding spices, I wouldn't mind grinding garlic too. Allergic to the entire allium family. Oof, that's a rough one. It's in so many things. Yeah, Velas, if you don't, it's like, hey, you could spend all this money every month for the rest of your life, or you could like change the way you eat. I'm going to try to change. I'm always going to try to change the way I eat first. I'm with you on that one. I did that with cholesterol medication. And then they were like, hey, your cholesterol's still high. And I was like, all right, okay, I get it. I give up. I give up. Give me the medication. Yeah, no, it is only Woody with the fat ones. That is true. I saw this thing on the internet the other day. It was like it was using a big carrot, and they were like, did you know that if you like roll the carrot with pressure on the counter, you can pull the core out of it? And I was like, what? I've been waiting to try it. I meant to try it the other day when I was making, last night when I was making that carrot recipe. But one, I forgot, and two, I needed the carrots to be whole for the recipe and didn't want to risk messing one of them up. It takes your digestive system 2 to 3 weeks to deal with it. Yeah. Yeah. Which is like, you know, you don't want to go through that all the time. And that sounds interesting. Like I know I was talking to somebody, I think they are taking Ozempic recently, a friend of ours. And he and his partner are both on it. They both have lost a significant amount of weight. And his feedback on it was like, yeah, I'm just not hungry. He's like, I just don't want to eat. And so I don't. And I was like, that's interesting. Like, just like he said, it just completely curtailed any desire he had to like eat at all. Congrats on like finding something that works for you though. I know we were in this sort of like phase of this medicine phase where like so many people are on these things and like trying them out now. And it is fascinating because our, you know, forever, it's like the American thing is right. Like Americans are overweight or whatever. And now there's like this sort of change in lots of people have sort of been able to do that. I'm curious what the long-term sustainability of that is in general for folks. Like, do you have to stay on it? Do you come back to it every couple of months? Like I'm, you know, and this is just genuine curiosity. It's not like a judge, you know, no passing judgment here. I think whatever works for you works for you. I certainly have my own very specific like dietary practices, which I've been doing for well on a decade now. And I feel great about them. So yeah. Yeah, Velis, you said that sort of exercising is also difficult, like the physical aspect of it. So I can imagine. Used to be a bodybuilder. Oh my God, the effort to do that. I was talking to Calvin about abs the other day. Oh, what an interesting conversation to a 10-year-old in this media environment. Oh my God. I'm a chow hound and I hardly eat anything anymore, but I have to eat a little something 3 times a day or I feel sick. Yeah, that's what he was saying. He was like, yeah, you like, you just kind of have to feed a little bit. Like, that's fascinating to me. It is really fascinating. I don't think I would want to self-inject all the time either. I'm not afraid of needles though. How do I say this? Anytime I have like a medical procedure, if I can watch it with my eyes, I want to. And I've asked, like when I've gotten stitches, they're like, you know, like looking, they're like, you know, you don't have to look. And I'm like, no, can I look? Like, I'm always like, do you mind if I look to the doctor? I don't know. High protein and high fiber helps me feel good. Those things help you feel full, right? Is that the sort of the thought around that? Okay, let's get this sauce going. Okay, we got one. Hold on, one thing over here is finished charging, so we gotta switch it out. There we go. Okay, my gym headphones are finished charging. Okay, let's put those in my gym bag over here. Oh, those don't go. Those are not for the trips. Those are because I don't want to not have music during gym. Okay, where did I put that pot? Here it is. All right. So our beans are cooking. Let's check the beans on the stove. I left them on there. I forgot. They're just on there. I don't know how long they've been on there. They're simmering. They're just simmering back here. They're not, they just have this, a little bit of salt in here, but let's check. So, no, not quite finished. Not quite finished. Put the spoon over on the sink. Give these a stir. Okay. I turned these up just a little bit. Yeah, I turned those up just a little bit. The onions and peppers on the stove. Interesting, Velas. I view it as a form of self-injury. That is fascinating. Because it is, but it's also like not. Like it is a form of like self-help too. But it doesn't sure doesn't feel like that. Calvin got a vaccine at his most recent doctor's appointment in the fall, and it was like he said it hurt. He was like, this one like it was like a bigger needle, and he said it felt like someone punched him in the arm, which is wild. Yeah, caretaker, same. I've never like had to self-administer a needle. Exercise isn't an option, and fair enough. Reversing type 2 and hypertension. It is wild that you can just sort of like past a certain like biomarkers, you're like in the clear for some of those things. Too comfortable hanging and watching. I know that feeling. I am also like, sometimes before I start streaming, I'm like, but I'm being so productive. But I'm being so productive. And then I have to remind myself that like what I'm going to do on stream is also productive, and that I planned that to be part of the productive day that I wanted to have. These are sausages. This is my meat mix. I have onions in here, and no, I don't. Sorry, I have all my cheeses. My cheese is in here, but we're gonna do those afterward. All right, so I have olive oil over there, onion, garlic, meatloaf mix, salt, pepper, heavy cream is in there, pureed tomatoes and diced tomatoes. Okay, so I got to get the tomatoes out. We got our diced and crushed. Let's open these before doing anything else, so that we can get an efficient adding of ingredients here. None, you've had to do some injections? Adorkable. See what? I mean, feel free to unfollow, but like it's also going to reset your follow age. Does it? I think it does. I think if you unfollow and follow again, it resets your follow age. Terrifying. 9, you've had to give shots too. Camille, you have as well. God. Yeah, I've never had to do that for myself or anyone else. The vitamin D pills. Oh my God. Yeah. I know that if I stop taking my multivitamin, this is such a like elder millennial and up conversation to be having. But hey, welcome to the channel. If I stop taking my multivitamin for like a week or two, it like I know it. I can tell. Yeah, and vitamin D itself is not expensive. It's like a very accessible vitamin. Okay, hold on. We're gonna heat the oil, add the onion, then the garlic, then the meat, salt and pepper, then the cream. Okay, so all of that is understandable. Chart says I'm Gen Z with arthritis. Shout out to COVID. I know. When we're still a long time away from fully understanding all of the ways that that has impacted people. Magnesium and ginseng. Good regimen to be on. The prescription, yeah. Well, the prescription vitamin D is insane. Not insane like in a that's crazy way, but it's like, oh my God. That's so much at once. It's so much at once. The prescription stuff is. It's wild when you're like, oh, you're just like eating the sun. Like, it really is a lot. Oh my God. I love shopping at Reading Terminal because you just get like your meat wrapped in paper. Like it feels like that's how it should be. All right, how about the stove camera working? What do we think? Is it gonna work? Nope. God damn, this camera has been really, 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 really annoying recently. Sorry for the weird view here for just a moment as I adjust this stove camera, but we're trying to actually look at the stove, which is what you should see now. And I don't know why it doesn't work, why it regularly stops working, but it regularly stops working. And I'm body positive. Same. I think that's destigmatizing things is important. We have so much. Oh wait, hold on. You got to get out of that. There we go. You have to eat it with a bunch of high fatty food because it's fat soluble. Oh, interesting. So you basically like you eat it, it bonds to the fat, which then gets stored. Is that how I'm reading that? Who owns the sun now? Is that trademarked by Disney? Yeah, Disney. Okay, good. Glad we settled that. All right, so we have our onions in here. We're going to cook these. So we're starting a sauce. This is the sauce for the lasagna. People call me fluffy too. I think that's really funny. I think it's interesting having grown up in, the late 80s, early 90s was like childhood, and like we continue to do a disservice to people by like not representing like what people look like normal people. Like, I just remember being a kid and it was like people would be like, oh, well, that person's overweight. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, that person looks like 3/4 of the people in my life. Like, no, they're not overweight. Like, maybe it looks like that because the magazine says so, but like, that's not accurate. We certainly haven't fully gotten away from that. I don't like not at all. I think I'm interested now. Like, I have a 10-year-old, right? And we were talking the other day. He and I were talking about like abs, like having, like, what is, he's like, he was I forget exactly how this came up, but I was like, do you know anyone? Do you know any adults in your life that have abs? And he was like, I don't know. I don't think so. And I was like, right. So, but like, how many people that you see on YouTube or TV or whatever have abs? And he's like, a lot. And I was like, right. So, do you think that's realistic? And do you know how much work it is to like to achieve this body type that you see all over? Like, and he was like, well, yeah, but like, what about if you he's like, yeah, of course you could, like, you could just have abs. And I was like, right, but like most people, I was like, people who work out all the time have abs. They're just like under a very normal layer of body fat. That like, yeah, you could work out constantly and still never have like a visible six pack because, you know, because you're not willing to punish yourself for months at a time with this hyper restricted diet. Like, Shart says, I'd rather be called fat than fluffy. You know, I feel like I think it feels more direct. Yeah. It's more just like an acknowledgement of this is sort of the physical state rather than like trying to be cutesy about it. The old food pyramid. Oh God. Didn't they just release a new one? Isn't it just like all meat? Camille says it's not a moral failure to be overweight. No, it sure isn't. It's in fact like the normal. Like, and that's what the conversation Calvin and I were having. I was like challenging him to just basically be like, listen, like all of the people that you see every day, like in your real life with your real eyes are what normal people look like. Some are big, some are bigger, some are extremely thin and don't want to be that way. Some are really trying to put on weight. Like, you know, some are really trying to lose weight, and some people don't even think about their weight. Like, some people think about it all the time and look fit, and some people don't think about it at all and look fit, and some people don't think about it at all and are fat, and that's like, this is just normal. These are people, these are bodies, like, and it's interesting. Like, we have not gotten anywhere close to being away from that. Just want to be comfortable in, right? Like, I have a pretty, when I'm in like a phase of working out, I'm usually like pretty in it. Meaning I'm like, I'll go for months at a time without working out. And then I'll go for months at a time with like being in a very regular routine. And I never measure. I refuse to step on a scale. Like when I go to the doctor, I don't, like, I'll let them weigh me at the doctor, but I don't want to know. Like, I ask them not to tell me. I don't look at the scale when they weigh me. Like, they can keep it in their chart if they want. But like, I don't want to know, because what I really want to know is like, do I feel comfortable in my clothes? Stefan says I used to have my abs showing more. I have a picture of myself. I remember there was like a literal day in my life where I was like, this is the most fit I've ever been. And I have a picture of shirtless picture of myself on that day. And on that day, and looking back retrospectively, that was accurate. It is like literally the fittest day of my entire life. I do not have a six pack. So it's hard. It's Adorable says a six pack isn't a sign of strength, it's a sign of dehydration. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a useful talk. Well, good. I mean, I think that just like, we're so disconnected from what normalcy is because we consume so much media. Like, we're on Instagram all the time. And like the things that float to the top, and like people still like pictures of these idealized forms, right? You know, like you look at someone in a bathing suit, male or female or non-binary, whatever, you know, you look at a body in a bathing suit who is objectively thin, and it's going to get more likes than a body in a bathing suit that is objectively fat or too thin, whatever too thin or too fat means. You know, so we still live in a world where that's important to the sort of the gaze of people. Yeah, you eat to gain muscle, then you cut, you drink a bunch of water, you cut, and then you don't drink any water if you want to like look visibly right, right, quote unquote. Yeah, 9, cholesterol isn't a problem for some people. For me, cholesterol is a problem. I have a family history of like having heart problems based on cholesterol. So like for me, I don't want high cholesterol because that is a risk. It's a big risk factor, but that's based on my family health. Add the garlic, then add the meat. So we add the garlic for just like 2 minutes. We cook that in, and we add the meat. Yeah, caretaker, exactly. How long does that last? Like, I literally, that picture I have of myself, which y'all will never see. Uh, that's like a 10 million channel point redeem for me to DM that directly to you. But like, I'd been working out, and I told Calvin this. I was like, you know, I have this thing, I have this literal picture of myself. I'd been working out and dieting, like weighing my food on a scale, tracking every calorie I ate for like almost a year at that point in my life. And I'd been working out consistently with a trainer, like watching what I ate, you know, not doing nothing excessive, blah, 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 all the things you're supposed to do. And I literally did not have a six pack in that picture. And I'm like, if that is, like, if it takes more than what I was doing to get that, then this thing is not normal. This is not obtainable, and it's certainly not sustainable. Yeah, 9, exactly. Genetically high and not a risk, right? I did hit a point. I hit a point in my life where I was uncomfortable in my body and wanted to lose weight, and I did. And then I sort of went a little too far in that direction, and was like sort of obsessed with it. It was good for a while to sort of, you know, track what I was eating and weigh things and like really get a handle on how to structure what I eat regularly. But I got very like into it. I got too into the tracking and the sort of micro balance of all this stuff, which is just its own version of unhealthy, right? If you're like, I can only eat 1 scoop of, you know, I can only have an ounce of ice cream today, you know, versus like, let me eat a normal like serving of ice cream and just like live with myself. You know, when you hit that point, it's like, okay, dude, you gotta chill. You gotta chill. Quilpy, welcome in. Velos, I am. Like, and I don't mean that like in a self-aggrandizing way.
What?
We're y'all, you're fine. We're talking about like dieting and like fitness, and like Gwen just walked into the room with an entire box, of these like Rice Krispie Fruity Pebble treats, and I'm like, amazing. The timing could not be better. Gwen just said dieting's fucking stupid. That's what well, just ignore the mushrooms. You're not eating them. Don't worry about it. You smell dirt. Okay. Well, I mean, that's fair. Yeah, Camille, sometimes genetics does put limitations. That's true. Like, I would have to work really hard to put on like a ton of muscle. Like, I'd have to eat thousands more calories than I do, and it would not be worth it. Gwen, what was that? Oh, I wouldn't have to work really hard. No, Gwen was laughing because she thought I was going to say I would have to work hard to put on weight. That's not true at all. That would be really easy. It just wouldn't be muscle. Gwen says I have to work hard. I have to work hard to put on weight, and I do. Work hard. No, and I mean, I'm not, Gwen, I'm not like talking about you on stream, by the way. Okay. Just like, I am only self-referential here. I'm aware. Yeah. All right. We're getting there. Oh, I just want this to be browned. I don't need this to be fully cooked through because it's going to simmer a little bit, by the way. Yeah. I mean, dieting is a pain in the butt. If you have physical limitations that stop you from working out and you want to lose weight, dieting is really the only way to do that. That's true. I mean, we have prescriptions and sort of medical procedures, but even with those, like, the foundation of sort of eating never, you need to eat. You're going to need to keep eating at some point. It never really goes away. So the more you can manage that, makes it a lot easier to manage weight alongside. 9 says use Italian sausage. I love sausage. I haven't actually made I haven't made lasagna with sausage in a while. I always get the meatloaf mix. One of the butchers at Reading Terminal has a good meatloaf mix. I don't know what the ratio is in here, but it's just meatloaf mix. All right, I'm adding a little bit of water to these beans because they are simmering but not finished yet. Pop those back on. I'm continuing to stir my onions and peppers in this pan. They're much softer than they were before, and they're getting there. They're coming along. Probably about another hour for those onions and peppers. I'm keeping them at the lowest of low heat so that they're just staying at a very, very slow cook. All right, so this is browned but not cooked through. That's what I'm looking for. That's right about where we're at right now. So let's take a look at what the next step is here. Oh, I was supposed to add the salt and pepper along with the meat. All right. How much salt, how much pepper? Half teaspoon, half teaspoon. Okay. So I'm not measuring this because this isn't a recipe that I'm working on or really care about. I'm measuring with my heart, as they say. What kind of sausage do you use, 9? Do you use, like, I'm assuming a pork sausage? I've been, there's certain things like lasagna is one of those things where you need something like a higher fat in it. Like I would almost usually, often I've been substituting like turkey sausage or chicken sausage just because it's leaner. But in this instance, I'm like, no, this has got to be like full fat meatloaf mix. Ground meat, salt, pepper. Add the cream and simmer, stirring occasionally until the liquid evaporates and only the fat remains about 4 minutes. Okay, so we're going to add some heavy cream to this now. Hold on, I've got 2 things of heavy cream in here. I think one of them is open. Yeah, this one's open already. So let's see. How much heavy cream does it call for? 1/4 cup, right? That's not that much. Not that much. Okay. Smell it. Yes, it's still good. Okay, 1/4 cup of heavy cream. So we're adding that I'm gonna add a little bit. I'm just gonna add, there's only, this container's, there. That's the end of the container. So we're just gonna add that in. And so it says to add this and cook until it mostly evaporates and just the like glossy fat remains, which is kind of lovely. And biscuits and gravy. That's so good. When I was a kid, we used to go to Bob Evans sometimes, and my mom refused to let me order biscuits and gravy because she thought it looked gross. Core memory. Dan says, I just finished watching the show Heated Rivalry. Is that the one with the gay hockey players? It is, right? Yeah. I've heard of it. I'm aware of it. I haven't seen it. Was it good? Did you like it? Are you a hockey fan? Yeah. Araya, welcome in. Pork butt. I love the concept of breakfast sausage. Like, it implies the existence of lunchtime and dinner time sausage as well. An Australian snag? What does that mean? What was in it? Araya says my mom is so wrong. Yes, I'm aware. I'm very aware. Biscuits, never had biscuits and gravy. It's good. You just dip the biscuits in this like thick sausage, dairy-based sausage gravy. Oh my God. Turnip Toes, you just finished Heated Rivalry today? Were you watching? How long did it take you? Was this like a binge show? I heard that they're doing like a season 2. I didn't know Bob Evans was a real restaurant. Bob Evans is a real restaurant. Down on the farm. 9 says, I didn't like biscuits and gravy until I made it from scratch. I feel like that could be true of a lot of things where like once you put the effort in, it kind of makes a difference to like your capacity to enjoy it. Add the pureed and drained diced tomatoes and bring to a simmer. Elsie, no. We have a cat. If you'd like to see a cat, I'm gonna come on up here. We're gonna show you a cat. This one's gotten on the counter. She's trying to get to the mushrooms. Elsie's trying to get to the mushrooms. She thinks she wants the mushrooms. She doesn't want the mushrooms. She might, actually. I don't think she's ever been allowed to have one. Big paws. Good girl. Good girl. This is Elsie. Elsie is 9 months old. She's 9 months old. She's still a little girl. Cats can grow until they're about 18 months old. Araya, you've been there? Dan says, I didn't know anything about hockey, but it was good. Makes sense to me. I didn't realize I was supposed to drain these tomatoes. Okay, so this is good. There's pretty much no liquid left in here. So, the farm is get off the counter though. Seriously, the moment I turn my back. Good Lord. Okay, hold on. We're adding the pureed and drained diced tomatoes. Okay, so let's add these tomatoes first. Then we'll drain the diced tomatoes and put those in there. I didn't realize you were supposed to drain them. That's odd. I don't know that I've drained them before, but I guess I have. I've followed the directions before. My mom would make us gravy with the bacon drippings and no sausage. Oh yeah. It's really just like the presence of like meat fat that makes that gravy good. It has less to do, I think, with the type of meat and more that you have like a high fat meat present. Gravy for the gravy. So obviously like sausage would work, bacon would work. She is a little baby. She's 9 months old. She's still growing. All 3 of the cats that are in this house, they're triplets. Like, they come from the same litter. They were all born April 15th. Vegemite, interesting. We've had Vegemite discussions on this channel before. Yeah, sometimes the cats don't know what to do with the thing once they get it. That's what I was saying to Gwen the other day. She said that Obi like tried to run out the front door, and I was like, I'm betting that if he got out the front door, he would just stall and sort of stand there and panic for a few minutes, and you could probably just grab him. A log rolling contest in the pond. Oh my god. Bob Evans, fucking classic. So we are going to bring to a simmer, reduce the heat to a low simmer, simmer for about 3 minutes, and then set aside. Okay, so we need to turn this up. And turn this up a little bit. It's already starting to bubble. The nice thing about having a Dutch oven is that the pot is hot, and everything sort of retains heat a lot better. Trying to make it more Aussie. I mean, it sounds very Aussie coded, the way that you have it. Adding Vegemite to anything definitely changes it to Aussie coded. I was we were talking about streams and lurking and the like last night. I was lurking on one of my favorite Australian streamers last night, who was cooking, and I should have chatted and said hi, because it's been a long time since I've seen her, but I was just content to enjoy the conversation. Okay. So this is coming into a boil. We're getting there. Kangaroo sausage gravy. Kangaroo has to be dark meat, right? All right, once we're finished with this sauce, like once this sauce hits that simmer point and kind of simmers for just a few minutes, we're gonna pull it off of the stove and let it start cooling off. I'm gonna try it first before before it hits that simmer point, so that we have a sort of baseline for the flavor. But it looks pretty good. It's not quite. It's still a little saucy. Like, oh shit! I wanted to put the mushrooms in here. We're talking about the mushrooms and like chasing the cat away. The mushrooms are supposed to be in here. Okay, that definitely needs salt. That does not have enough salt in it. Okay. Oh, you know what it was? I bet you that one of these... No, they're not. Okay. I was going to say, I bet one of the tomatoes was a like low sodium variety, but they're not. So I don't know. Okay, so we are going to add the mushrooms to this. I took them off the tray. I'm not going to chop them up. They're pretty small in general. So those are just going to go in. Give those a stir. So I was going to make... Okay, so this is simmering. We have bubbles around the side. Beautiful. We're going to let this simmer for a few moments here. I'm going to pop the lid on it so that it doesn't plop all over the stove. But we're going to let this just go for, I don't know, 5 minutes. It says 3, but it's a little liquidy. Let me add a little bit more pepper in here as well. Oh, do I have any white? I should have white pepper in here, I believe. That is, yeah, white pepper. Okay, so we're going to add some white pepper to this, because the Joy of Cooking recipe had white pepper in with its its recipe, and I kind of love that, so we're gonna add some white pepper to this one. I also wanted to add a little bit of that cooking sherry in here. I didn't need to deglaze the pan, so I kind of forgot about it, but I'm gonna add maybe a tablespoon or two in here just to get a little bit of extra, a little extra something going on in this sauce. I'm gonna stir some of that in. Again, I don't know how much, maybe like, give this a smell. Yeah, it was a little, about maybe a little tablespoon, maybe a little bit more. We'll stir those two things in, and we'll try it again. And then once that is flavored and seasoned well, we're going to reduce it just a little bit, and not a ton, because this is also going to sit. This is going to sit in the lasagna pan uncooked. I'm not going to freeze it either, because if I freeze it, it's going to get, it'll just take longer to cook. And I'm going to cook this not tomorrow, but probably Saturday. So I don't want to freeze it. So the more liquidy this is, the better this is going to end up, because this liquid is going to get absorbed by the noodles in there, because I'm using no cook noodles. So it's going to get absorbed, and it'll end up being just the right consistency if I leave it a little bit liquidy. Yeah, that is good. Let me wash my hands again. Good. I held off on adding. I thought I should add maybe a little bit more sherry than I did, but I think that was the right amount. Because I can definitely taste it in there now. Not obnoxious, but it's good. Not obnoxious, but present is almost always the vibe I'm going for when I'm adding alcohol to my dishes. All right, so this looks good. I think, yeah, I'm just gonna turn this all the way down to like 2. And then we'll let that simmer. We'll let that simmer with the lid off for just a moment. It's not at a heavy simmer here. It's just like a couple little plops and plorps here and there. So I don't think it'll be too bad. Watch as it splatters all over the counter. Moms, welcome in. Good afternoon. Happy Thursday. Okay, while that is cooking, let's get our ingredients. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get our ingredients out for the ricotta filling and the topping. Then we're going to take that off the heat and let that start to cool down a little bit. It's obviously not going to cool down completely. I'm going to use it in like 10 or 15 minutes, but like it doesn't need to be simmering on the stove that whole time. Let's get our stuff out. For the layers, mix the ricotta, Parmesan, basil, egg, salt, and pepper in a medium bowl with a fork until well combined and creamy. Okay, so this is for the filling. And then we assemble. So after that we assemble, but I want to get the ricotta and the mozzarella completely ready to go. The filling and the topping completely ready to go. So let's see, we have mozzarella, we have ricotta, we have basil on the counter over there. Parmesan I need to grate. I have Parmesan. Actually, we're not going to use Parmesan. I'm going to use Parmigiano Reggiano, which is different, but it's open. I have an open block of it in here, so like we're going to use that because it's open. This calls for 1¼ cups of Parmesan cheese, 2½ ounces. Oh, thank you for the weights. Okay, so this is whole milk ricotta. Put that in a bowl. I'm going to dump this into the bowl. I'm going to finish getting out my ingredients, and then I'm going to take this off of the heat. So that's the plan. Okay, ricotta. So this is a mix of two sort of most of this recipe is from the new best recipe. Some inspiration is coming from the Joy of Cooking. And that is what we're working on now. Okay. This has been simmering over here for probably 4 or 5 minutes at this point. So let's just turn this off. I'd eat a bowl of this without the noodles? Totally. This looks good. I'm very happy with that. Very happy with the current status of what's in the in that pot. It tastes good too. Like it's a little watery for what I want to use it for, but you know, it's all right. Sauce camera's frozen. Yeah, it sure is. How about that? You know what, though? We don't need it right now. Let's just turn it off. Let's ignore our problems. Anyway, welcome in. Okay. So this is, scale is zeroed out. So I know this isn't Parmesan, and that's okay. We're gonna use what we have instead of opening something new, or rather buying something new. I heard we're ignoring our problems. Yes. Well, at least the stove cam anyway. Among other problems. Okay, that's good. What is that? That's half an ounce. Okay, good. Just checking. Two and a half ounces of grated Parmesan cheese. We're getting there. Peppers and onions are still coming along. Okay, that's 1.3 ounces. I have a bunch in here that's already grated, so let's see how much that, with what I have, ends up being. Dealing with clients all day. Oh, yeah. That'll exhaust you right away. That'll exhaust you right out. That's like, that's rough, especially on a Thursday, because it's hard to be like, if they want something now, it's hard to be like, well, we'll get it next week. It's not hard. You just say it out loud, and then that's you set the expectation. But I feel like when people ask you for stuff on a Thursday, they like want it the next day. So it was kind of annoying, or at least that was my experience in the client-facing world for well over a decade, was that basic exact expectation. You think you could have this for me by end of week? You're like, could I? Yes. All right, 2.5 ounces, it says. This is going to be about 3, and that's fine because it's like more cheese, so it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter all that much. And a bit of it is going on the top anyway. It's not going in the mix. Wouldn't matter if it did. You didn't email me my menu for 3 weeks. I'm like, yes, and why are you so expensive? Why? Yeah. How do you answer? What do you answer that? How do you answer that and like not and like still get them to be like, oh, okay. Like, why are you so expensive? Because otherwise you're paying for something. Because otherwise you're getting cheap. I don't know. What do you mean? Okay, that's 3 ounces. That's pretty good. We're good with that. The mozzarella is, this is about 4 cups of mozzarella shredded. So let's actually use my 4-cup measure instead of this bowl. It says about a pound, 1 pound of whole milk mozzarella. We have 19 ounces, 19.3 ounces. That's slightly more than a pound. For those of y'all who are like, what do you mean a pound? A pound is 16 ounces. This is homemade mozzarella. I didn't make it, but it's like one of the vendors at Reading Terminal makes it. So it's not in that very familiar mozzarella ball form, but it is mozzarella nonetheless. Let me wash my hands again, and we're going to just shred this by hand. And then we will finish prepping the ricotta and assemble. We will assemble the lasagna next. That's a great answer. That is a great answer. That's a like, hey, here's my credentials now. Now you get to decide how you respond. I wonder, should I, it says shredded. Usually I tear this apart. I'm wondering if this is a different consistency that I'm used to. I'm wondering if this will shred nicely or if I should just tear this by hand. No, I'm just going to tear this by hand. The grater is like annoying. That was just those few little moments there were annoying to do. So we're not going to do that. We're going to continue to just do it this way. It'll take longer, but like that's fine. They can order DoorDash for a smidge cheaper. Right. Right. One of my someone I know is a life coach, and is always posting on Instagram about her pricing structure and like, oh, I got more clients that I like better when I started charging more. I don't know. Belly flops, welcome in. Survived the second plane ride. Amazing. Semi-survived. Are you speaking to us from the liminal space between? I'm just kidding. I think I understand what you mean. Hopefully you brought it with you for the return flight. I'm glad you survived. Thank you for letting me know. That's as a fellow reluctant plane traveler, I feel you. I don't love flying. Have I made vegan cheese? No. No, I have not. And the vegan cheese that I've had, I am not thrilled with in general. I haven't had a lot of exposure to it. There was a period of time last year, last calendar year, might have been 2024 actually. I don't recall. Maybe someone in chat remembers, where I was cooking like 2 to 3 vegan dinners a week. I'd gotten like really into more vegan food, and I was like leaning in really hard on the vegan stuff, and I still couldn't square with the cheese. Did you made it yourself? Was it any good? Was it any good? Is it not the right question? Um, were were you trying to make it equivalent to something that exists in the dairy world? It's, I guess, a better question. It's shredded nicely. That's nice. Moz cheddar, smoked and herb. Interesting. I don't think I've ever had a vegan cheese that I really loved. And that's not to say that they don't exist. That's to say that I am ignorant of them. I've definitely never tried making it myself. But to be fair, I've never made cheese of any kind myself. So there's that. I also haven't made like regular cheese. We've been I'm just a cheese purchaser. Mm. So you got a ride out of it. That's fascinating. Did you see? So plus side, maybe you got to get off the plane first. I'm so sorry. That must have felt very defeating. Man, I've never I've never had a plane ride that I really enjoyed. Um, Getting the coconut flavor out of it. How did you last? Oh God. So you're like, not only is this the worst ride of my life, did I now I have to sit on the plane for longer? That's insult to injury right there. Feral Terminator, welcome in. Hello. Uh, Getting coconut flavor out of coconut. That's some wizardry right there, honestly. That feels coconut is so strong a flavor. It doesn't, it's not like a strong I feel like the flavor, it's one of those things where the flavor is stronger than the smell. Creamy broccoli soup. Beautiful. What'd you put in it? I mean, broccoli and cream, obviously. I experienced Canadian healthcare not being free. Was that from the ride? The actual, like, from the support service afterward? Turmeric and nutmeg in cheese. What an interesting process that must have been. I'm assuming you were working on a recipe and like used a couple baseline things. That's always I was talking earlier in stream about like using these various cookbooks for just like how to like how you use recipes when you're working on a recipe and how that's like a totally normal thing. Like no one just makes a recipe completely out of the blue. Your Dutch husband hated it, as is his right. Pay $25 to see a doctor and then pay for the prescription. Man. So you experienced having very good healthcare in the US. I see. Interesting. The concept that you'd have to pay for anything is or not the concept that you wouldn't pay for something is incredible. A tofurkey. My house has never smelled so weird. I firmly believe that. That does sound... It sounds odd. Oh, hold on. I gotta add more water to my beans there. They're at their end. They're at their end. Speaking of end, hold on. Are they finished? Let me try one. Not quite. No, not quite. Almost, though. Another thing I like about how to cook everything in variations. Yeah. Yeah, substitutions and variations are great. I do like that. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, that quiche recipe, that's where that ratio came from, 9, where I was talking about the ratio for quiche, where he was like, look, if you don't want these in quiches, like here's how to like make something a little bit your own that is also gonna fit in the pie shell. Right? Oh my God, belly flop. Sorry for my TED talk. No. And a very interesting insight, though, to be fair. Mrs. H, welcome in. Crofty, hello. Nice to have you. I'm assuming y'all are going to get an ad or possibly 2, maybe 3. Again, I'm once again musing out loud whether or not Raiders get ads if I don't have the ad program running. I don't remember. But welcome in. Hey, y'all. It's nice to have you. Follows are silent. If you hit the follow button, nothing happens. There's no alerts. There's no sounds. There's no chat messages. I'm not going to say hi to you in chat. So, note number 1. Quiet.
Excuse
welcome
me,
in.
Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, Daddy, sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy, bye.
Thank you for that. Mrs. H, thank you for the raid. Fellow. No, listen, the sound, if I minded the sound all that much, I wouldn't have it on the stream. That's how it goes. Mrs. H, friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer. Friends, if you were hanging out here, I would encourage you to go follow Mrs. H on Twitch. Mrs. Handy's Kitchen, that is the full name. Welcome in, friends. It's nice to have you. I mentioned the bit about following, right? As I stand here and rip apart this piece of mozzarella with my hands, let me introduce myself and say hello. Let me let you know what we're doing today as well. It's nice to have you. My name's Lou. My pronouns are he, they. I'm a home cook. I am a recipe developer for work and recipe tester for more work. I'm also a parent. I live in Philadelphia, East Coast, United States. It's really nice to have y'all. If you like other social media and you want to check out some other like things on the internet that I've said and done and written, they're there. The stream here is all about cooking and conversation. We have a lot of folks who like to lurk, so feel free to do that. Mostly vegetable forward family meals. We do meal prep. We do trip prep, which is what we're doing today. I'm going cabin camping this coming up, so I'm making some food, prepping some meals and just general food prep for that purpose. We do some baking. We do snacks here. We also do IRL streams out in the world, in Philadelphia and beyond. We like to chat. Folks here are also, we have some lurkers, folks who just like to hang out and listen. If that's you, you're welcome to stay and hang out. If you're not going to stay, I would love it if you'd hit the follow button, because those are free. They're also silent, as I mentioned. And if YouTube's your thing and you prefer watching on YouTube, there is a link to that in chat. So welcome. Thank you for coming through. Hoping we haven't missed shrimp burgers. You have not missed shrimp burgers, Mrs. H. Shrimp burgers are coming up after we assemble the lasagna. So we're assembling lasagna now, shortly, and then we'll be assembling the shrimp burgers. So we have not quite gotten there yet. What I'm doing Now though, one other little step here. I'm going to grate some Gouda cheese. That is not for the lasagna. It is for our breakfast. But I am in cheese mode right now. So we're going to grate a little bit of Gouda so I can throw it in some scrambled eggs for breakfast. And that's another item on the checklist. So enjoy your dinner. What did you make today? What did Mrs. H make today? What was on the menu for stream today? I'm assuming you were cooking. Or I'm assuming that cooking was happening. Go eat your dinner now. I know after cooking pretty much always I'm like, I gotta clean up. I usually have something to do or somewhere to be. Often I'm just like ready to literally sit down and eat dinner at that point. So if you gotta go, you gotta go. Appreciate you bringing your friends and community over here to say hi. We're doing, like I mentioned, we're doing trip prep today. So we're working through a big checklist of things. Some of it is things to be made on stream, some are to be finished on stream, some of it is not. So like right now I'm grating cheese. This is the final thing that we're doing with this cheese today. I'm just grating it. Because when I'm camping, I don't like doing anything. I like prepping all my ingredients first. When I'm camping, I like combining into a pot and cooking. That's it. So what we're doing now is all the basic like background prep for several different meals, and we are finishing, or at least getting to be finished, also a few different things, some desserts and some meals that we're going to have. Excuse me. On our trip. So, pork chop potato gratin with a peppercorn sauce. Lovely. I love a gratin. I haven't made a potato gratin in a long time. Probably like 2 or 3 years. Gratin is a layer of potato and cream sauce. Yes. At least that is what gratin or gratine is. To my knowledge. There's different types, different ways you can make it. The last one I know myself that I made is a sweet potato gratin. Did I say I found an Airbnb? I did not, Velas. What I was saying earlier was that the difference between an Airbnb cabin and a state park cabin. So I was talking about Airbnb cabins in the same context, but no, we're not doing an Airbnb. Y'all, tonight, can I share something a little bit harrowing? Tonight is the 4-year anniversary of being woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning by my son and the fire alarm going off in an off-grid backwoods cabin that we were staying in, which had caught on fire. So time hop was a little bit triggering today. I was like, oh shit. I hadn't forgotten about it. I was like, oh, okay. Okay, pack the onion, make the cheese filling. We haven't done that. We shredded the mozzarella. We've grated the Gouda. We've packed the Gouda. Okay. Yeah, and I realized I just said that out loud, and like some of y'all, probably a lot of y'all are like, whoa, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, I don't think I haven't told that story on stream in a long time. Probably for a while. Mac and cheese and potato gratin had a baby. I would love that because I love potatoes and mac and cheese. Oh my God, Camille. Yeah, it was interesting. And Calvin, so my son is 10. He was 6 when this happened. We were staying in a cabin like in the middle of the woods that was it had electric. It had electricity and yeah, it had electricity and propane, but no, it wasn't connected. There was no sewer. There was like an outhouse. There's no bathroom inside. There's no shower, no running water. Is off grid. And there's importantly no cell phone reception. And we had gone to bed, and spark had gotten out of the firebox. Like, you literally, like, you heat the cabin with the fire in the fireplace. And it's in a box. It's not like a stone chimney. It's basically like a big metal box that then goes up to like a stovepipe that comes out of the roof. And it was old, or whatever the reason, but a spark got out from there and got like into the wall and lit the wall behind the chimney on fire. And my son, I thought that I was hearing my cell phone alarm go off, and what I was actually hearing was the fire alarm. I have a screenshot on my phone that says 3:06 a.m. That was me thinking I was turning my phone off. And he woke me up and was like, the fire alarm, like he was like, there's a loud noise or whatever. And like the place was filled with smoke. It was wild. I like, grabbed as much stuff as I could as we were like racing out the door. But like, we had to drive to like call anybody, to call emergency services. I had to drive like 10 kilometers up the road just to get into an area where I had cell phone reception, and they couldn't get fire trucks back there. Like, they finally got a tanker with big wheels from the airport like 30 miles away to get down the road and put it out. And the cabin itself, like the whole back wall where the fireplace was charred and gone. But the cabin did not burn to the ground. Like, basically the fire chief was like, oh, I knew where that is. I know where you're at. Like, we'll get there. They brought, like, people came in, like, yeah, and he and I were just like sitting in the car with the car on for like a couple hours while they're like fighting a fire in the middle of the woods. It was intense, and he definitely remembers it. But like I ran in and I grabbed I grabbed some of his. What did I grab? I grabbed all of his stuffed animals because they were really important, and threw those in the trunk. And then I grabbed all of the like the personal paraphernalia, like the memorabilia. Like the people who I was renting the cabin from had like a cabinet of like pictures and like photo albums, like literal photo albums. So I like grabbed all of their photo albums and took those out, and then we just booked it down the road till I had my phone dialing 911 for until it connected. And as soon as it connected, I stopped and was like, there's a fire. I gave him the address, and the guy who answered the phone was like, I know exactly where that is. It's off this road. It was a really small town. So the dispatcher was like, I know where that is. It was pretty intense. It was intense. That was 4 years ago today. Moon Dice, welcome in. I'm glad the police didn't hold you responsible. Yeah, I mean, like, they had it, obviously the insurance adjuster came and looked at it or whatever, and it was that, like, no, it wasn't my fault. Like, I didn't light the cabin on fire. Like, I lit the fire in the fireplace. I put wood in the fireplace before we went to bed. Like, yes, I was responsible for the fire, but I was not responsible for the like gap in the smoke system. You know what I mean? Like, that's not my not my problem. Camille, yeah, I mean, like, this was the second time I'd stayed at this cabin, and I talked to this guy. Like, we'd talked about a bunch of different stuff. We like, he and I had he like met me at the cabin. Like, we were there for like an hour or two while he was like showing me how everything worked, and I was like asking him about the photo albums, and he was like, oh yeah, it's like my dad, and my dad helped me build this cabin by hand and all that. And I'm like, well, fuck, if I'm gonna burn your cabin down by accident, the least I can do is save all of these old pictures. Like, I don't give a shit about my clothes or like my camping gear. Like, I can replace all that. I can't replace Calvin's stuffed animals. So I grabbed those too. A cup of the Parmesan. Okay, I'm gonna do a cup of the Parmesan. But yeah, that was a really wildly that was a wild experience. I think about it regularly, but I hadn't thought about it in a while, and I saw that on Time Hop today, and I was like, oh, glad to be going camping in a cabin again tomorrow. Yeah, fellas, exactly. Well, what happened, the dispatcher and the fire chief was like, if you hadn't have called, he was like, if you hadn't have like thought about it and like driven up the road and like waited for the fire engines to come, because the guy who answered the phone wasn't the guy who came. Like, I met them at the road and like drove them back in, and so basically he was like, it was one of those like, your thoughtful actions saved this cabin situations. And so I guess whatever, I guess that's true. But the guy who owned the cabin, like, I called 911 first, and then I called the guy who owned the cabin, and I was like, I left him a message, and he called me back like 20 minutes later. And then he showed up like a couple hours. He showed up like, I don't know, an hour after the firefighters did. Memorable experience. Definitely, it carries a lot of weight there. Yeah, it was a while. It was a wild experience. But I'm very calm in high pressure situations. I don't panic. I've never panicked. It's always, and I've had that happen before. Like, we've had, I used to work at Boy Scout camp, and we had kids go missing like at night regularly. They were like out hiking at dusk, and then they got lost, and they didn't have radios, they didn't have cell phones, because this was pre-cell phone. They didn't have any communication. Like, I've had that happen had to react to that situation a couple times. I'm just like, yeah, high pressure situations don't scare me. They provide a really high level of clarity. I feel like when I experience that, it's like you get like, as soon as I realized what was happening in that cabin, like, I thought for a bit that it was just like smoke coming out of the fireplace. Like, oh, maybe the flue, whatever. Maybe it got like, maybe something was not wrong, because, when you have a place with a fireplace, sometimes, smoke gets in the cabin. It's very normal. So I didn't immediately think that it was a problem. I immediately like checked the fireplace. I checked, and I looked at it from the outside. When I looked at it from the outside and saw smoke coming from the wall, that's when I was like, oh, okay, yeah, cabin's on fire. Uh-oh. And then when that happened, I like immediately got sort of tunnel vision and was like calculating time and distance and like, okay, let me look inside. How much smoke is there? How much has it filled up? Can I grab, is it safe to go back inside? Full stop. How do I deal with a 4-year-old in this moment? He's terrified. What do I say to make him calm down? Like, I don't know. I do not panic in those scenarios. I get tunnel vision and just do whatever it is that my brain tells me to do without thinking a whole lot. There's not much room for thought. You just kind of do it. I'm making currently a filling for this lasagna. I've got basil, ricotta cheese, Parmesan cheese. 1 egg needs to go in here, lightly beaten, it says. We'll beat it in the bowl here. I'm just going to crack it right into the bowl. Yeah, panic makes things worse. Exactly. Like, I didn't think for a moment that I was going to stay there. I was like, it's January. It's below freezing outside. Like, we have to get to the car. Like, I can't we're gonna get to the car, or else we're gonna freeze to death outside. And while I'm in the car, I'm not gonna sit and watch the cabin burn. I'm going to drive I'm just gonna leave the cabin. It's what's gonna happen there is what's gonna happen. You know, we're gonna leave and make our way out to where I can get reception and call somebody. It was definitely an interesting, unique experience. I can absolutely say it's the only time I've been in a building that was on fire that I was responsible for and had to do something about. I don't panic very often, fellas. I think that panic, I know that for me, I had a lot of responsibility in life, like from a younger age, like as a sort of latchkey kid and only child, and had like a pretty solid independent streak going, and like still do. I think just like part of what taking on responsibility comes with is understanding that you also like need to be responsible for the unforeseen and like being prepared. So there's that. Okay, that's good. We have our filling. Our filling is ready. Our mozzarella is ready. Our Parmesan for the topping is ready, and our sauce is ready. So we are ready to assemble a lasagna. Full stop. Yay! I love the tomatoes. Oh my God, they make me so happy. I love when they work too. Sometimes that particular function of stream stops working randomly when OBS updates, and and it's always sad when it does, because fixing it is never the same thing. Okay, for the layers, mix the ricotta. We did that. Okay, everything is ready to go. I need to get my sauce over here to the counter. Let's next, again, I'm gonna check these beans. Check one here. Still not finished. Beans take so long. They take fucking forever. Good though. Okay. Wait, no, I don't want to turn the sauce back on. I want to turn the beans back on because I turned them off. There we go. Okay. Beans are good. Let's give these onions and peppers. Onions and peppers are looking good. They're still caramelizing. Much smaller than they were before, obviously. We get a strawberry one. Ooh, the strawberry one would be fun. I love the mushrooms too. There's mushrooms, tomatoes, onion and garlic, and the fourth one is the metric emote, which I personally love, but that shouldn't be a surprise. The longer you hang out here, the more you'll be aware that that's not a surprise. Okay, I'm gonna take the sauce and put it over there. I love all of the emotes, actually. I had someone make them specifically for this stream. They were personally designed for me. Won't touch the onion or garlic ones. That's also fair. Okay, let's make sure this is the lasagna pan that I have an actual physical lid for. I mix them up regularly enough. I've done it where I've assembled it in the pan that the lid doesn't fit on, and it's annoying when I do that. Yes, this is the one that has a literal lid. Okay, which is what I want. I'm gonna get a towel. Get a towel so we can keep this on the counter in one spot. I hate the sound of glass on stone like this. Okay, so assembly here is straightforward. Smear the entire bottom of a 13 by 9 inch baking dish with a 1/4 cup of the meat sauce. Okay, so I need my quarter cup measure. This is a situation where while I feel like it would be fine to do this sort of by feel, I have made this recipe enough that I know that I really kind of want to follow it, especially with regard to the sauce, so that I don't run out of sauce before I run out of cheese, noodles, etc. Okay. We're using no boil lasagna noodles. I need 12 noodles. So this is one lasagna worth, is one box, basically. Okay, so basically put a 1/4 cup of the sauce on the bottom. It says to avoid large chunks, which I do. It says try to avoid large chunks, which I do. I try to avoid large chunks. Is that successful? Not really. So 1/4 cup, smear it all over. It's not that much sauce. Place 3 noodles in the baking dish to create the first layer. I also have another box of these noodles. So what I found with this recipe too is that it doesn't cover, like the noodles don't really cover the whole dish, which is like kind of annoying. So I end up using like some extra pieces and putting them along the sides where it is not filled in. Which it doesn't say to do, and it always means I end up opening a second box of noodles, but like I know that, so I bought a second box of noodles. Okay. Drop 3 tablespoons of the ricotta mixture on the center of each noodle. So three tablespoons of ricotta. So this is a situation where I will sort of eyeball these, because I know roughly what a tablespoon is like. Okay. Level the dough mounds by pressing with the backside of a measuring spoon. Sprinkle the layer evenly with a cup of the shredded mozzarella cheese. Spoon 1.5 cups of the meat sauce evenly over the cheese. Okay, so we just need to... So noodles, ricotta, mozzarella cheese. Okay, so about a cup of the mozzarella, which is good. Now I'm glad that I put this in a measuring cup. And if I end up with some extra mozzarella, it's okay because I just put it on the top at the end. Like that's totally fine. Spoon 1.5 cups of the meat sauce evenly over the cheese. Okay, let's get a 1 cup measure here. And we are going to put this evenly over the cheese, as even as possible. 1.5 cups evenly over the cheese. Okay, and we just kind of spread this out a little bit. And now we do that same thing a couple more times. So why don't we try it from this view now that we're acclimated. So I had the noodles, I started them at one corner the last time, so I'm going to start them at the opposite corner this time. And then we're going to do some squares here to fill in these gaps I was talking about earlier. around the edges. These little square noodles. And then we have, excuse me, about a tablespoon of the ricotta mixture. Kind of flatten that out. And this all spreads out during cooking, so it's kind of nice to know that it doesn't need to be sort of spread edge to edge. It'll get there all on its own. Okay, about 1.5 cups of sauce. That's a cup. This is, I wish I liked lasagna. You know what? I probably like lasagna for the both of us. The meat sauce is a no-go. That's valid. There was a recipe that I was eyeing for this that called for, it was just a mushroom recipe. And I was going to make it. It was just a mushroom lasagna. And Calvin was like, no, you cannot. You are not allowed to do that. You have to make this with meat in it. And I was like, oh, okay. Okay, fine. So we do spoon 1.5 cups of meat. Repeat the layering of the noodle sauce and ricotta 2 more times. So that was 1, and then this is 2. So we do 1, 2, 3. I would absolutely eat a mushroom lasagna. I was, in fact, hoping that we would, but we did not. Sad. Sad, really. So I'm just breaking these noodles up, getting them in along the side, and all of this kind of melts together. So, you know, you don't notice that there's broken noodles around the edges. There's no concern for having to do that. Okay, Calvin's home. 1, 2, 3. My scoops are getting larger because I'm seeing how much. I did not measure these, so we're kind of using a little more on these last layers. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna do one more layer here. One more layer. I think I'm going to make this, yeah, 1. Wait, hold on. What are you doing, Lou? That's not how you do that. No, you forgot all the other stuff that's supposed to go in each layer. Sheesh. Awful. Catastrophic. I love all lasagna, vegetable or otherwise. I used to love, I remember when I was a kid, I loved the Stouffer's vegetable lasagna. It was like the individual serving Stouffer's vegetable lasagna was like my favorite. Liz, what's for dinner? Frozen soup? No, we're gonna have pizza for dinner. Our friends Drew and Michelle are coming over to hang out for a little bit this evening, and they were like, "Do you guys want to have pizza for dinner?" And I was like, "Yeah, that'd be great." And I was like, "Do you guys like want to include Calvin in that? And if not, like it's okay." And they were like, "Of course we're going to include him." Like, what are you talking about? They're coming over to watch a show later, so we I was like, "Okay, well, I guess we can. Yeah, sure, we can include him." They were like, "Do you guys want to get like pizza and watch this show?" And we were like, "Sure." So they were shocked that I like would consider not including him. And I was like, "This is how I know that you don't have children." And yes, we're definitely just ordering pizza. I'm not making anything. Okay, I'm gonna add a little bit more sauce to this layer. So I got some sauce here. And we're gonna do one more layer here. So we do, so then we place the 3 remaining noodles on top of the sauce, spread the remaining sauce. So we do the remaining noodles, one, I'm going to give these a kind of a firm press down here. 1, 2, 3. And yeah, we're ordering. I'm not making anything. I'm not making anything tonight. That's not the vibe. Not after having made food this afternoon. We have soup. We had soup last night. There was the taco soup that was actually turned out really good. Robbie, welcome in. Whoa, hello. So I'm adding. I pushed these noodles in, but I'm gonna add one more layer to this lasagna because I have a little bit of this ricotta left over. So I'm gonna add basically just a ricotta layer, and then we'll add the sauce and remaining mozzarella on top. So this is going to be just a layer with the remaining ricotta because I miscalculated how much should go in here at the beginning and put a little less. And now I am going to accommodate that by adding the rest of it in its own special layer on the top. So there we go. I love anchovy pizza. I put anchovies on the pizza that I make sometimes. Some of them anyway. They're salty and they melt in right away. There's no like discernible fish left on the thing. They just turn into salt. Really, like they're just salty at the end. I don't know why. Yeah, the first couple layers of this, I really I said right as I started with the sauce, I was like, I'm going to use a measuring cup. And then for the ricotta, I was like, oh, this will be fine if I don't actually measure it. And this is the end result, is that we end up with too much left over at the end. And I can't have leftover ricotta. Like, I'm not going to do anything with it. So we really need to needed to deal with it in a way that was delicious and productive. Okay, but here's what we are going to do. We're going to add a little sauce here, just a touch of sauce. We're going to add one more layer of noodles, and then we're going to put the rest of the sauce and the mozzarella on top, and cover it with plastic wrap, and then cover it with the lid, and then we're going to put it in the fridge. And it's gonna be delicious. Okay, let's do. Just gonna do it this way. I guess I could have done this way initially, but I didn't. Oh, perfect. Uh-oh. New layering method unlocked. Love it. Okay, perfect. So on to the top of this goes the rest of the sauce. Hold on. Put this box in the recycling. So I don't need these measuring spoons anymore. These are all used dishes. This is not anywhere close to hot, which is what I was going for. I did not want the sauce to be like ripping hot when I put it on here. If I was cooking this right away, I would not mind the sauce being hot, but because I was getting just assembling this today and not cooking it, I only wanted the sauce to be cool. Okay, now hopefully the lid fits on here because it's looking pretty high. Honestly, it'll fit. I'll just press it down. Okay, but that's why we're going to put plastic wrap on it, because otherwise the the lid will get all saucy, and I don't want that. So we're going to add a layer of plastic wrap underneath the lid. So last layer of mozzarella. Now all of this, most of this sauce, a lot of this sauce anyway, not most of it, but a lot of it is going to soak in to these noodles over the next like hour, the next 2 days as this sits. So it's not going to be as saucy when I bake it as it is right now. All right. There we go. Lasagna is assembled. Now, all of these dishes get to go to the sink. Time check, 1600. All right, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 3.5 hours until I really need to be finished today, which is good. We're getting, we're making time. I'm not sure yet if it's good time. We're going to recalibrate here in just a second and understand where I'm at in general. I have some baking to do. Speaking of baking with Bibi, welcome in. Hello, love a good lasagna. Me too. Me too. Definitely a favorite. Welcome in. Thanks for saying hi. We are doing a meal prep today. So this is a lasagna for the future. Jesus, I was going to lift that up. Like, lift it. Oh my God, it's so heavy. Okay. Now, the other thing with this is I am making this lasagna. I'm going to put this in the oven while we're camping. Cabin camping, to be specific. We're not, there's no oven for tent camping usually when we go. And I'm not making one of those like aluminum foil box ovens that you make in Scouts, which if you're familiar with those, good for you. But I'm making this, and I'm obviously planning for leftovers. Like we're not, my 10-year-old son and I are not going to eat this ourselves. Not the whole thing. We are going to eat a significant portion of it. But this is done. This was the big thing today. This was like the biggest project for today. So getting that finished first. I say first as if I haven't been live for almost 4 hours. Getting that finished was the big important piece of stream today, because this was the only thing that he specifically requested for our trip. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna clear off the counter here because there's stuff I'm feeling encroached upon, and that's not great. So we're gonna clear up the counter. I'm gonna put this lasagna in the fridge, and then we're gonna recalibrate what I'm doing for the rest of the stream. Because I feel like I'm gonna be able to get everything in today, which is good. We definitely want that. I forgot to put the time in the lasagna, but we ran out of time for that. We're gonna put all this stuff away. We're gonna recalibrate and figure out like what the next steps are, if what I have on my list makes sense. Shortly after that, we're gonna take a 3-minute break. We're gonna play a couple games of Words on Stream. I'm gonna do the dishes. I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads worth, 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. So just a heads up that is coming up. If you prefer to leave when the ads happen, as some people do, that's okay. It'd be amazing if you hit the follow button before that. If you're on YouTube, there's a link to that in chat, and there's no ads, mid-roll ads on YouTube. But I would appreciate it if you'd hit the subscribe button if you're on YouTube. If you are on Twitch, I would appreciate it if you would hit the follow button. Follows are silent. There's no alerts. There's no sounds. There's no chat messages. There's no graphics on screen, and I will not say hi to you if you hit the follow button until you make yourself known in chat. So please feel free to hit the follow button and enjoy your lurk if that's your vibe. Let's put this in the fridge. Let's continue clearing off the counter and figure out our next from there. I mean, I know we have a few things that need to get done that I am going to do, obviously. But I want to make sure that the order of things makes sense. Cool. Joe, hello, welcome in. It's nice to see you. Okay, that's a big old lasagna. We can put this cookbook away. We can put this cookbook away. So we can put the big stuff back. We have the lasagna was the main piece of what I was using those cookbooks for. It was the only thing I was using those cookbooks for. I should also, I'm going to check those beans again. Those beans have been on there for time. I don't know how long they've been on there. They're just on the stove. They've been simmering back there forever. The other thing that I have on the stove right here is my onions and peppers. These are pretty much finished. I'm okay with where these are at right now. For anyone who loves the look of onion and pepper, there's going to be those on the screen here right now. These are nicely, slowly cooked and caramelized onions and red peppers that are going to be for our sausage sandwiches. I put these on probably 30 to 40 minutes into stream, and we're now 4 hours into stream. So these have just been in the pan for a long time. We're going to put these in a container. Are these all going to fit in this container? I bet they will. And I'm just going to press them down if they don't. Skirt steak slices and provolone. Those are two of the three ingredients that you need for a cheesesteak. Not including salt and pepper, of course. The third ingredient is, of course, a soft roll. A soft roll. You might toast it, you might not. But those are delicious ingredients for a cheesesteak. And maybe some fried onions. Fried onions, steak, cheese, roll. Seeded roll. Oh, I don't have a lid for that out yet. I'm going to need that. Hold on. Can I fit those beans into a small container? I think I can. I can also fit those into a teeny tiny. I prefer to use the smaller containers because they fit better in the cooler. Because I can stack all of them in one corner of the cooler. You talk about fridge Tetris. Cooler Tetris is a whole separate thing, which I also enjoy. Okay. Onion and peppers. Okay. And then this other container is, I might as well label it right now while I'm here doing that. It's black. It's just beans, 4 eggs. So I have cheese for eggs, beans for eggs, and onions for eggs. Now, if I forget to bring the eggs, I'll just put all those things in a pan and we'll have not eggs. We'll have something else. All right. I think these beans are probably finished. Gonna check here. We have a cat at my feet. Oh yeah, done. Perfect. Okay. Hi, do you want to see a cat? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Do y'all want to see a cat? Oh, you're trying to leave. You're trying to escape. You can't escape. You can't escape. You can't escape. We have an Obi today. We have an Obi with us. This is Obi. Obi. Obi, spelled O-B-I-E. Obi stands for Orange Boy because Obi is an orange boy. Obi doesn't really love being held. Not by me. He loves being held by Gwen. And he tolerates being held by me. He is a handsome cat. He likes being told that he's handsome too. Doesn't he? Don't you, baby? Yeah. It is a rare Obi sighting. Yeah. We're not going to make you do your tricks today, Obi. We're just going to let you be because you are being really nice and sweet right now. You're being really nice and sweet. Yeah. And this is a good cat. Obi is also 9 months old. So Elsie, Obi, and Ash are all from the same litter. They were adopted on day 2 of their lives, and my partner Gwen bottle fed them from the moment, basically like the first 24 hours of their life. Everything after that was being bottle fed and held multiple times a day. So these cats, when I say that they're used to being held, are very, very, very used to just being picked up. They get picked up. All of the cats get picked up multiple times a day. And this is just like, when you pick them up, they're just like, okay, I guess this is happening now. Yeah. He looks like he's falling asleep, caretaker, but he is ready to get down. He is very much ready to get down. Yeah, okay. We're going to let you go. Ready? Ooh, goodbye. Okay. Yeah, they're funny. He is the biggest of the 3 cats, and also he's sort of the chillest of all of them. He has the least amount of like frenetic energy to him. He has quite a lot of frenetic energy, but he is oh, hold on. Bonus 3rd cat. Someone saw another cat getting held and now wants to be held as well. We have an Ash here. Now we've seen all 3 cats on stream today. All 3 felines have made their presence known. I don't know what they're all up to right now. It's starting to become. It might be time to be fed, huh? Yeah, we hit the trifecta today. We got all 3. Now this one is. He's the sweetie. He's my sweetie. This one will fall asleep if I keep holding him, which we're not going to do. No, we're not going to do, because we got other things to do, bud. Yes, we do. You're going to get plenty of attention later, I promise you. Okay, I'm draining and packaging these beans. What we're trying to get to is finishing things. So instead of leaving the beans on the stove to cool, we're finishing and packaging, putting the beans in the refrigerator. Like now, like during the moment where it's best to do that. Okay. Those are done. We have a lot accomplished so far with a little more to go. Calvin's here and he says it smells like the Rocco's sausage place, which is true because I just made onions and peppers and they were just on the counter. So you have a good sense of smell. Good sense of smell. All right, let's read. Cal, homework?
He did it. He just did it.
Okay.
Just already hit him up on all that.
Good. I told him I was going to ask him, so I asked him. Just making sure.
Yes, he's doing karate, all that.
Lovely. Lovely.
So I saw you on recommended again.
You saw me on your YouTube recommended? Cool. I'm being recommended to 10-year-olds. That's perfect. Hello, 10-year-olds. This is not an age. This is not an age-appropriate channel for you. You should probably not watch it.
Well,
Anyone else who's not 10, please hit the subscribe button. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah,
Now-
only 10, no 10-year-old, but under 10 is okay.
No, nobody under 18 should be consuming this content of this stream. I try to keep it family friendly, but like, I keep it friendly for my family, not yours. It might not be friendly for your family, depending on your values.
Well, I don't think anyone.
I don't know. Okay. Next is, here's what we have left to do. We have two big things to make. What's going on over there? What are you getting? Okay. I have a water bottle for you in the fridge for karate, by the way. Okay? Like, it's cold. It's already in the fridge. It's been in there for hours. Ready to go.
Okay.
Good?
Well, I'm getting water for right now.
Yeah, you can get that for right now. I'm letting you know that it's there. Kathy, you're back. We did have a big lasagna that I just finished assembling that's now in the refrigerator. So there was food moments ago. There was quite a bit of it moments ago on the counter. And there will be again shortly. We are in between things right now. So here's where we're at. I'm putting things away, and clearing and consolidating, and like we're resetting. In a few moments, we're going to have a 3-minute break. I'm going to do the dishes, and we're going to do a couple games of words on stream. So like, just a heads up for anybody who's hanging out. That is also coming up. So we have a couple things left to do on stream today. Two big things that have to get done today. One, we want to make brownies. So we're going to make these brownies. These are olive oil brownies with sea salt. It's a Melissa Clark recipe. We love Melissa Clark. Heat oven to 350 degrees. Great. The oven has been on for literally hours. Grease an 8x8 inch square baking dish with some of the olive oil. Line the pan with parchment paper. Okay, whisk together the flour, salt, and baking powder. Whisk together the cocoa powder and boiling water until smooth. Whisk in oil, melted chocolate, egg, and vanilla. Okay, I have to melt some chocolate here. So we're gonna need a double boiler for that. Now, I'm gonna melt that. We were talking about the microwave recently. I'm gonna melt that in the microwave. I think, maybe, no, I might use a double boiler, whatever. Whisk in the brown and granulated sugars, then fold in the flour mixture, then the chocolate chips. Okay. Scrape into the prepared pan and bake until set to firm to the touch, 20 to 25 minutes. Sprinkle the brownies with sea salt while warm and let cool. Cut into 16 squares and serve. Okay. So we're gonna bake these brownies now because I want to I want them to be cool enough that I can cut them and put them away, like store them before stream ends. So this is here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna bake, then we're gonna make those shrimp burgers. So we're gonna bake brownies, make the shrimp burgers, then we're going to assemble the baked apple because that doesn't get cooked today. That just gets literally assembled. It's like stuff in inside of an apple. Let me check one thing here. Do I need to cook anything for the baked apple? Make the filling. Combine the walnuts, raisins, and brown sugar. No, I don't need to cook. I don't need to cook anything for the apple. It's all just ingredients that go in. Squeeze the juice. Stuff the apples. Pack the apples. Okay, and I'm going to bake these in the oven, so I'm going to wrap these individually. Okay. Bake the apples. Unwrap the apples, place them in a Dutch oven. Add the water. Bake till the apples are extremely soft. Okay. Follow method. Clear out a patch in your fries close. Open the packet. Add the water. Okay, so I have to add water to these before I cook them. Got it. I will probably not remember that, which is fine. Okay, so I don't have to cook anything for the apples. Do I have to cook anything for the burgers? No. No, I don't. Okay, great. So no more cooking. The brownies are the only other thing that needs to get cooked. Everything else is assembled cold. The shrimp burgers need to go in the food processor, but that's fine. The apples. So I have some more like vegetable production to do. But first we're gonna do baking because the baking takes time to bake, whereas I can start getting out ingredients and doing prep for these while the brownies are baking. Okay, hold on. Okay, I have all my tools here. Let me look at what I need to measure things with. So this all has weight, grams of flour, salt, baking powder. Cocoa powder is measured by weight. Water is measured by weight. Chocolate is by weight. Egg is by the each. Sugar by weight. Regular chocolate chips by weight. Okay, so I love that. All of my ingredients for the brownies are measured by weight, which is great. That means that I don't need any like big cups or bowls. How about for these shrimp burgers? Half a jalapeno, fresh ginger, 1 shallot, 1.5 pounds of peeled shrimp, kosher salt. Okay, so everything that I'm making next, all of my ingredients, yeah, walnuts, raisins. So my cup measure, I want to wash. I actually don't need to wash that. I have another half a cup measure in there. Yeah, I don't actually need to. Okay, what here? You're like, so why are you talking about any of this shit? What I'm trying to determine is, can I just put the stuff from the sink in the dishwasher, or do I need some of the things in the sink for the next recipes that I'm making? I don't, which means that I have an easier time of it. I can just put my things into the dishwasher. which is really, really wonderful. Okay, what I am going to do before we start doing anything else, though, not big enough. What I am going to do is make a double boiler and start the process of melting my chocolate, because that is going to melt pretty slowly, and when I want it melted, I don't want to wait and try to rush it. So we're going to do a double boiler. Let's put the chocolate in it, and then we're going to take our break. 3 ounces of melted unsweetened chocolate. Okay, so I need to get the chocolate out of the cabinet here. I've got bittersweet chocolate. I've got unsweetened chocolate. Yeah, this is what I want. 3 ounces, it says. Okay, this is a 4-ounce bar, so that's perfect. All right. 1, 2, 3. 3 ounces is that. Break this up, and we're just going to put this on real low on the stove while we take a quick break. So I'm just going to break this up, make a little double boiler situation. Okay. And water in the bowl. Or in the pan. And put that on the simmer burner. Just turn that on low. And we're going to let that start to melt. Okay. So we've reached the point where I want to take a quick break to tackle these bunch of dishes that have cropped up since we started stream. Most of this stuff is just going to go into the dishwasher. So that is ideal. We are going to come over to the sink while that's happening, so you can see the absolute horror that is the sink. During that time, we're going to play a game of Words on Stream. Possibly, we're going to play 2 games of Words on Stream, for sure. Possibly more than that, depending on how well those first 2 games go. Little reminder, if we win at Words on Stream, we keep playing. Couple small housekeeping notes. If you're following on YouTube, you're not going to get an ad. But it would be lovely if you'd hit the subscribe button. There is a button on Twitch. There's a link to YouTube in chat. If you click it, it's going to ask you if you want to subscribe. The correct answer is yes. For folks that are on Twitch, we're going to run a 3-minute ad during Words on Stream. That ad is going to end before Words on Stream does, most likely. So when we're gone, it's a good opportunity to get a little snack, get a drink, get whatever it is you need, maybe have a good cry, whatever. So we'll be back in just a few moments. When we come back, we're going to do our olive oil brownies with sea salt, our shrimp burgers. We're going to make some cocktail mayonnaise. We're going to assemble a baked apple. We're going to make oil and balsamic dressing, and that's going to be stream. It is 16:35. That's 4:35 my time. For all of y'all who are hanging out, maybe you're lurking. If you're on the East Coast and it's about to hit 5 p.m. and you're like, see you later. I hope you have a good rest of your afternoon, rest of your evening. If you're lurking and you're not following, please hit the follow button. Let's come over to the sink. There it is. Wow, that looks awful. Let's change. It doesn't just look awful because there's a lot of dishes. It looks awful because the white balance is off. There we go. That's better. Now it looks less awful. Okay. Here comes a game of Words on Stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. We'll be right back. It's a great time to get your first time chat in as well if you're new to the stream.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Let's do this. We got a sink full of dishes to triage. This is always the sort of the fun part where you're like, okay, look at all these dishes, but like most of them literally just go in the dishwasher. It's kind of lovely. That I will wash. These here. 1, 2, 3. This goes in this dishwasher. This goes in the dishwasher. This gets hand washed. This also gets hand washed. Hey, if you are on Twitch and you are hearing the sound of my voice, that means that you are a subscriber and you are someone I appreciate. I do appreciate all the folks who subscribe. I especially appreciate the folks who do a regular recurring subscription. That's super helpful. Always helpful, but we got a board. Congratulations. That means at least one more. Here we go. Right? Yes? One. Okay. Beautiful. I love when y'all do really well at Words on Stream and I get to wash all the dishes. I know it's silly, but like just getting them into the dishwasher and not getting to wash the ones that are in the dish pan is like half the battle. Yesterday, y'all did or Tuesday, y'all did so well. I actually washed all of the dishes, like all of them, during our break, which was kind of incredible. Not gonna lie, it was pretty wild that even happened at all. I'm just letting them soak. Hey, if you see someone putting words in chat and they have a lock next to their name, they're trying to help you out. Take those words and put them in chat yourself, and you might get one of those last words that's left on the board. Everyone else gets one more guess. Hey, if you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience. The ad break should be over by now. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I know ads aren't everyone's favorite thing, and yet they help the stream. Because when I run them, I get money. Yeah, we love that. You can avoid the ads by hitting the subscribe button. Prime subscriptions are great. Regular subscriptions are especially lovely. I believe that was a board, yes? Was that a board? Sounded like one. It should have been. I think it was. Yeah. Okay, we definitely get another one then. Are ads anyone's favorite thing? No, not to my knowledge. They are one of those things where either I run them myself and then we get no pre-roll ads for an hour, or I don't run them at all and everyone who joins the stream who's not a subscriber gets an ad. But that means that once you're in, you don't get any ads. So I've moved away from, I don't know if y'all who've been here for a while have probably noticed that I moved away from taking like super recurring regular breaks for ads. And I realized that, I came to the conclusion that I was sort of, it was like a lot. It was too much and I hated running them. They felt really interruptive to me. So I'm not doing that anymore. I hope that's okay with y'all. I know folks enjoy Words on Stream. And I do want to say, like, I should add like a redeem or something, or like some way for y'all to ask to play Words on Stream, because we've been playing a lot less of it because I've been running a lot less ads. So Just a little consideration, thought, something to think about. If you love words on stream and you're like, I really wish we played more. We can definitely like we can discuss, because I don't want to take away something that y'all definitely enjoy, as evidenced by the fact that people play. All right, everybody gets one more guess. At least one more. Well, only one more. Everyone gets one more correct guess. I think this one, it feels like the end. It is. Okay. Shut up, words. Words always sound so fucking disappointed, and it's really annoying. Like, y'all... Words just is like... Ugh. Oh, good work, though. That's a lot of folks. So, that's a valid question. And I considered that recently when I was like, oh yeah, we're not running as many ads, huh? I wonder if it was that was a secret letter one, right? Words channel point redeem. I think that would be fine. That would be good. I'm going to add that to the Sudal, welcome in. Hello. Can't pay attention. Yeah, I understand that. And I realize as I'm talking, I'm like, oh yeah, I should probably. There's definitely like there's definitely things that I'm saying that like people can't respond to in this moment. Okay. Excuse me. I did just put that in the Stream Dump channel. So I will, that's something that I could definitely do. I feel like that's also a, I want to say like a lower channel point redemption, but that's like, that's not like a 50,000 channel point thing. That's a like, I don't even know. I don't know what the value of that should be. Something achievable. Okay. I forgot to put a hat on while I was cooking today. How about that? I did. I didn't do it. It's on the counter. I just looked over and it's on the counter over there, and I was like, oh, I didn't put that on, did I? That's fine. We got some hair in the lasagna. I bet it's okay. Certainly gonna get some cat fur with the things, so also totally normal. Okay, let's make these brownies, because that's the of all the things we have left to do today, the brownies are the odd one out. It's the only baking thing. It's the only thing that needs heating too. So we're gonna put these in a metal 8x8 pan. We're going to add parchment paper to this. I don't know who. I'm always curious who Calvin is playing Roblox with when he's playing Roblox, because it's always just kind of funny. There's a lot of like, bro, don't go in there, bro. It's just amusing. Just amusing. Okay. I can hear him upstairs playing. I don't know. I don't know if it's coming through. Do I hear Roblox music? The music might be Roblox coded, but you shouldn't hear any. I don't hear any music from his iPad currently. You can hear him yelling. Yeah, he's definitely up there. I don't know. It's like faint, but it's certainly audible to me. I assumed it was audible for everyone, so thanks for confirming. Too funny. Okay. I'm just lining this pan, and then we're gonna add some olive oil to it. Line the pan with parchment paper, leaving a 2-inch overhang on the sides so you can pull the brownies out. Well, we left an overhang on all the sides. The music stops. It's definitely me. Yeah, it's what if I turn it up a little bit? Sorry if I just like destroyed somebody's ears right there. I just turned the music way up. The actual like music that I'm playing through my music player. I can't hear it at all, so I have no idea. Do I usually play music? I do. Every stream, in fact. It's usually incredible. Like, as far as I know, it's like really faint. And it's not on any of the VODs. It's usually at this level, which is low. Like, if we want to talk about like the actual like decibel levels, it's at a -9, and it usually peaks at around -40. If that means anything to you, it wouldn't mean anything to me if you said it out loud to me. So no worries if not, as they say. Okay, my chocolate is melted on the stove, so we're good to go. I'm gonna I'm spreading just a little bit of olive oil out on the bottom of this pan and up the sides. We're greasing this. So these brownies come together really quickly. I've actually made these while we're camping before, which I don't love doing because I don't like making anything while I'm camping. It's always just annoying to have to do. So I prefer to just make them ahead of time, like we're doing now. Okay, step 1, done. In a medium bowl, whisk together the flour, salt, and baking powder. So we gotta get a medium bowl. Ooh, that was a lot of banging around. We need. All right, what do I need out of the cabinet? Let me take this with me. Hold on. BRB. We need flour. Do I need brown sugar? I do. I need brown sugar and granulated sugar. I need baking powder, not baking soda. I need baking powder. Baking powder. There it is. That's powder. Yeah, powder. I need flour. So I think, yeah, there we go. Flour. Kosher salt I have over there. Baking powder, Dutch processed cocoa powder. I have that. I'm going to need more than that, though. Oh, shit. Do I have this? I think I do. I'm pretty sure I have another whole container of cocoa powder. If not, we're in trouble. If not, we're going to substitute something else, which would be fine. And I will not panic about that. It's just, let's see. Okay. Climb the stool to get a little higher up here. Do I have more chocolate? Do I have more of that chocolate? That specific chocolate. I have lots of chocolate. Shit. I don't. Maybe I do. Hold on. I might just need to climb a little higher. Don't worry. We're good. No, those are nonpareils. We don't need those. There's little oatmeal. That's also not necessary. The raisins we're going to need later, so I'm going to get those down right now. At least I can feel productive about that. How much chocolate do I need? 1/4 cup of cocoa powder. You know what? I think I have basically 1/4 cup in here. So I think I'm good, actually. Okay, I need boiling water. Let's put the kettle on. Does the kettle have water in it? It does. Melted unsweetened chocolate. I have that. Egg in the fridge. Vanilla extract. Brown sugar. Granulated sugar. Got it. And I need 1/2 cup mini or regular chocolate chips. Great. Those are cinnamon chocolate chips. No, thank you. These are dark chocolate chips. Yes, please. Okay. So I think, yes, I think this is all. All right. I thought I needed a lot more cocoa powder than what I actually, what it actually calls for. All right. Whisk together the flour, salt, and baking powder. So how much flour do I need? In grams. Thank you, Melissa Clark, for your service rendering this recipe in grams. 130 grams of all-purpose flour. Easy. 70, 101, 128, 29, 30. Perfect. 130 grams of all-purpose flour. Baking powder, I need 1/4 teaspoon. 1/4 teaspoon. Salt, I need 3/4 of a teaspoon. So let's do 1/2. And 1/4. So we're going to whisk that together. Done. Flour, salt, baking powder can go away. Fantastic. In a large bowl, whisk together the cocoa powder and boiling water until smooth. Okay, I actually want this bowl for all of that because it's all going to get combined into this bowl. So let's put the flour in here. Okay, 25 grams of cocoa powder. $25 grams of cocoa powder. Beautiful. We got it. And 60 milliliters of boiling water. So after this, we have to mix in 6 tablespoons of oil, olive oil. So let's get the olive oil out. Does it give me a volume for that? Like weight? No. Olive oil is just slightly different than, I think, than your regular weight. 1 milliliter per gram is what I mean. So I'm going to measure that with my actual tablespoon. Okay, I'm waiting. This the kettle is at not quite at a boil yet, so we need to wait just for a moment because it really does need to be hot. The directions on the recipe are pretty specific about boiling water, so I do want to honor that. So we're getting there. Let me see. Melted chocolate, egg. I'm gonna get the egg out too. Okay. So 1 egg. And the vanilla will come next. Okay, so 60 milliliters of boiling water. Almost there. I love an electric kettle. I didn't have one for a long time, and I got one I got this one that I have as a gift, and it is honestly it's so nice to be able to just like do that instead for making like pour over coffee. It's wonderful. Okay, this is just about to boil. You can do it, little kettle. I believe in you. We're getting there. 2, 1. All right, we're at a boil. So we're whisking in how much water? 60 milliliters. That's 60 grams of boiling water. 40, 50, 60 grams. That's a quarter cup. Until smooth, it says. Okay. Great. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to measure 1 tablespoon worth of olive oil. We're going to check to see if it's 15 grams. Because a tablespoon is usually 15 a tablespoon is 15 milliliters, is usually 15 grams. But we're going to just check that. I need 6 tablespoons of olive oil. Scale is zeroed out. So let's measure. That is 1 level tablespoon. 13, 14, 15, 30, 45, 60, 75. 75 grams. 75 grams is what we're looking for. Tea in the kettle. We love tea in the kettle. 63. Okay, 75 grams. So I know it's I know that I've done this with olive oil before, where I've tried and like measured it and like made sure and confirmed, but it's just got a different consistency. So I'm always a little bit suspicious of whether or not I am correct in making that assumption. Like, I know that I am. I have been before. I will be again. And yet, here we are doing it all over again. Okay, so we're mixing in the melted chocolate. This is the chocolate that I had on the stove in my double burner or double boiler. That I said, like, when I get to the point where I want this melted chocolate, I just want it to be melted and ready, and that was accurate because here we are, and I'm just pouring it out of the bowl. So I've made this recipe probably 5 or 6 times at this point. It's not super common, but it's, regular. I've made it regularly enough. When I want brownies, usually these are the brownies that I want. Okay, now we'll mix the egg at room temperature, it says. Whoops. We didn't do that. But you know what? Not going to worry about it. Not going to worry about it. It's going to be fine. And then vanilla, we need a tablespoon of vanilla extract. Again, 15 milliliters. That's 15 grams. 16 is fine. Okay. So this is ready. Whisk in the brown and granulated sugars. Great. So we're moving. This is all just getting built in the same bowl. It says dark brown sugar. I'm using light brown sugar, and that's okay. Doesn't matter all that much. 165 grams of it is what matters, that you put enough of it in. I've used light brown sugar in here before. It's been fine. 165, that's 50, 51, 63, 65, 66. Again, also okay. 66 is 66 is so close to 65, really. Granulated sugar, we need 65 grams of this. 20, 30, 40, 50, 61, 2, 3, 4, 5, 66. A little extra on both sides, I suppose, is okay too. We're gonna put these back in the cabinet right now before I do anything else, because I just want them away from my face. My favorite thing about baking is putting things away afterward, honestly. Okay, so we're mixing in the brown and granulated sugars. We'll whisk these, it says, and then we fold in the flour. Oh my God, so fluffy. There's a crayon in the wash. I avoided it. Found it before the dryer. Jeez. A crayon in the pocket of your snow pants. Because he's a child. Why not? Well, that's where the crayons go when you're not using them, if they're in your hand, obviously. Well, yeah, I mean, they got pockets, don't they? That's so funny. Looks like I left the crayons in the wash. Yeah. Valid. All right, we're gonna fold in the flour mixture. It's funny, I said to Gwen earlier, like, oh, Calvin's karate uniform is in the washing machine with all my sweatshirts. It's because this is the only clean hooded sweatshirt I have. That's why I'm wearing it today. I've mentioned this before on stream, but I cycle through the sweatshirts, and when I'm wearing this one's like the last one in the rotation. I'm gonna try this left-handed. Not as familiar with this motion left-handed, so I'll give it a shot. We're folding in the flour. Then we're going to fold in the chocolate chips. And I love that everything in this recipe is by weight. I love it. I love it so much. It's so much better. Yeah, this sweatshirt doesn't necessarily mean laundry day. What it does mean is that I don't have any more clean black hooded sweatshirts they might be clean. Like, I know there's one up there that's clean. I just haven't put it away yet. Gwen does most of the laundry in the house. I do laundry. I do a couple loads a week, maybe like 2. But mostly she is the one who checks the laundry. Like, she'll walk by the washer and check the machine. When I walk by, I'll often. My role is like rerunning the stuff that's in the washer that's not been transferred to the dryer soon enough, that stinks. I'll see it in there and I'll be like, ooh, I wonder how long that's been in there. And I'll open it and it'll be like, oh, that's too long. And then I just run it again. Okay. Then the chocolate chips. So we need how many chocolate chips? 90 grams of chocolate chips. Need to fold laundry. Yeah. It's frustrating because like once it's sat, oh, that's 119 grams. That's too many. Not that many, but okay, we'll just put some of these back. There we go. That's 104. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so we're gonna fold these in. Then we're gonna put this in the pan. Then we're gonna bake it. So these brownies are also super easy to make too. The like most complicated part is melting the chocolate, which you could definitely do. None of those are knives. Okay, good. I just threw all of my measuring spoons on the floor. Where'd they go? There was a third one. I thought there was a third one. I guess not. I don't know. We'll find it in the future. Okay. There we go. Yeah, the folding the laundry is the annoying part. I don't mind the putting it in. I don't mind the transferring of it. The folding takes time, and that's the part where it's like, oh, do I have 10 minutes to do this right now? I don't even mind putting it away. Once it's been folded, putting it away is the easy part. It's definitely the movement from the dryer to an organized pile is the hardest step. Okay, into the brownie pan it goes. Wait, confirm? Yeah, into the brownie pan it goes. The chocolate chips were the last ingredient. So this is one of those recipes where it is ordered, the ingredients are ordered by how you use them, which is, in my opinion, how all recipes should be. You shouldn't have to search through their list of ingredients. You should just be able to go straight down the line. That is my personal opinion. You're welcome to it. Okay, I'm going to spread this out in the pan. Once this is spread out, I'm going to bang the pan on the counter a time or two just to like really kind of even everything up. These don't rise all that much either. They're very, very chocolatey, which is part of what I like about them. Okay, now we bake until they're set and firm to the touch, 20 to 25 minutes. I need to top these with sea salt. I'm going to leave this here on the counter. I'm going to leave that there on the counter so that I hopefully remember to use it. This pot is clean and can just go right on the cooling rack. Beautiful. Megan, welcome in. Good to see you. Okay, 20 to 25 minutes. We're going to set a timer. My oven has been on for some time, so it is hot. Should be, well, I mean, it has been on, so it's going to be still probably going to be about 25 minutes. Come on, this timer is so touchy now. It doesn't want to work basically ever. Okay, I put this away. Chocolate chips go away. Hold on, I'm gonna cycle my batteries. I'm in the middle of like trip prep, generally speaking. So there's sort of like things all around. While I've been streaming today, I have finished charging all of the devices that I needed to be charged or wanted to be charged for this trip. I'm currently cycling in this exact moment. What I'm doing is putting the rechargeable batteries on the charger. Okay, I'm gonna put this sea salt right next to the timer. That way, when the timer goes off, I can turn it off and forget about them both. Won't that be fun? Okay, baking is the baking portion of stream today has ended. Sorry, apologies to all of the baking folks out there who were excited to see more. That's all I got for you. However, I can check something off the list. So for those of y'all who love list making and completism, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Okay, next step here is to run a prediction. Will I remember the sea salt? Probably. See, now that's... Here's the thing. I always tell Calvin to remind me of things. Because when I tell him, the act of me telling him connects like one more neuron in my brain. Just like one additional connection where it's like, it holds on to it for just long enough. Like the homework thing. When Gwen was like, I already told him. This morning, we were on the walk to school. And I was like, I need you to finish your homework after school today. And he was like, okay. And I was like, I need you to remind me to remind you to finish your homework after school today. And he was like, okay. But I remembered it. That's the thing. Like she had already said it because she also was the one who told me to remind him. So anyway, there is a prediction created in chat. It's whether or not I'm going to remember to put the sea salt on these brownies. I can tell you I have made these brownies, what did I say, 5 times before? I have forgotten the sea salt 3 of those times, at least. So, listen, it's likely. It's likely. The odds are that I will, but I'm trying here. I'm really trying. Okay. Okay. We have, next on the list is shrimp burgers. These are, these I need to like prep ingredients for. So I'm using ginger in both of these ingredients. So let's prep all the ginger first and then, or both of these dishes, the baked apple and the shrimp burgers. So both of these next things that I'm gonna work on are from this book. Friend of the stream purchased this for me, sent it to the P.O. box. It is a camping cookbook. I've made, what did I make out of here? I didn't tag it. Oh no, hold on, I have to tag it. It's very important that I put a pink Post-it note on the recipe that I've made out of here already, because that's how I know that when I've made things. Okay, I already made these corn, cheddar, and green onion skillet cakes, and they were phenomenal. So I'm excited for these as well. I take a while to get around to using a new cookbook. Once I get it, it usually takes me a couple months, really, like honestly, to actually cook from it. This cookbook I got a couple months ago, and it has to cycle into like me getting inspired to look at it and like look through it and really like understand what the use case of everything in here is. Obviously the use case of this is camping stuff, which like clearly. How to chill drinks without ice. Wait, what? Pause. Stick your drinks in a few rocks in a sturdy mesh bag. Tie the top securely and float. Lower the bag carefully into a cold river or lake. As water evaporates, it draws over heat. Evaporative cooling, the same phenomenon that makes damp t-shirt feel chilly, can lower temperatures by more than 30 degrees Fahrenheit. What does that mean for your camp drinks? Wet a towel bandana or your campmate's underpants. Wrap it around a bottle and then place it in a reasonably windy spot in the shade. That's great advice. Interesting. Fascinating, fascinating indeed. So we're doing two things from here. The shrimp burgers, fast food shrimp burgers. Take 15 minutes to prep. Freeze like a dream. That's important because I'm not cooking them today. I'm freezing them today. And cook up almost instantly over a camp stove or a fire. Soft sweet brioche rolls or Wonder Bread style hamburger buns are ideal here. I have soft sesame rolls because they look good. In the bowl of a food processor, combine the jalapeno, ginger, and shallot and process until finely chopped. Add half of the shrimp and the salt and process again to form a paste. Using a spatula to scrape the sides of the bowl as needed. Add the remaining shrimp to the processor and pulse to very coarsely chop and combine. There should be identifiable pieces of shrimp. So I need to get out a jalapeno, ginger, a shallot, the shrimp, and salt. That's what goes into this. Because I'm going to prep ginger twice. This one calls for this apple. Gingery baked apples calls for walnuts, raisins, brown sugar, plum or apricot jam. I don't have either of those things. We're going to use strawberry jam. This calls for crystallized ginger. Well, shit. I don't have that. Cool. That's fine. We'll just put all the other ingredients in it. I'm sure it'll be okay anyway. Medium apples, lemon, and butter. Cool. Okay, so I guess we'll just use the ginger for this recipe because this calls for fresh ginger. I'm going to need to get the food processor out. We'll get the food processor out. We'll get the ingredients for the vegetable ingredients out for that. And then we'll add the shrimp last. I have peeled and deveined shrimp that I got at... What is the name of that place? Golden Seafood in the Reading Terminal Market. Just another favorite vendor at Reading Terminal. Another representative vendor from Reading Terminal, providing what I want. Okay, jalapeno, ginger, shallot. Those are the fresh ingredients I need to get out. So, shallot. What does this say? A medium shallot? Small shallot. Okay, that one's pretty small. The ginger, I have... Where did I put the ginger? That's a better question. Ginger is in here somewhere. There it is. Okay, how much ginger do I need? You know what? It doesn't matter. I'm going to get the whole thing out right now. Anyway, and then this calls for half of a jalapeno. So I'm going to use half of a jalapeno. I guess that's fine. Stemmed, seeded, and coarsely chopped. So all of these things are getting turned into a paste in here anyway. It's not like they're needing to be precisely processed. The ginger, though, needs to be peeled. So let me wash my hands here real quick before getting started with this, because it's been a little bit since I did that. We have a poll. Will I remember the sea salt? I'm going to remember the sea salt. I hope. Sea films. I'm great. Thank you for asking. I hope that you are also great. That would be lovely to hear. Happy, good afternoon. I believe it's still afternoon for you. It's always weird when I'm like, I know that it's dark for me right now. Like, it's been dark for me for a little while. And yet I know that, like, for folks in chat I'm talking to, it's like it's light and they're still at work on the West Coast. Meanwhile, it's like midnight in Europe. It's almost midnight. No, it's almost 11 p.m. in England, London. It's midnight in parts of Europe. This says coarsely chopped shallot. So you basically just have to like cut these things up a little bit, and then the food processor is going to do the rest of the work. But you don't want to. You can't like toss the whole thing in there. You need to process it just a touch yourself. All right, come on. These things are annoying to peel. Okay, we got it. Almost midnight in Paris. There we go. It's midnight. It's 12:22 somewhere. Okay. So, coarsely chop the shallot. Let's just put this in here. This first thing that goes in, jalapeno, ginger, and shallot. Okay, so we do put all this into the food processor first. That's just easy. And we're coarsely chopping. I'm not like doing a big precision thing here. Oh, well, happy afternoon to anyone watching from Hawaii. That's funny. It's so weird. We're a weird world. We live in a very connected world. It's kind of fascinating. You're like, you could be watching this stream from literally any of those places. Okay, we're stemming and seeding our jalapeno pepper right now. If I wanted this to be spicier, I could probably put the seeds in here and let those blend in, but I don't really. What time is it on the space station? What time did they just do GMT on the space station? I have never had that thought, Cyborg. That is a first time thought. Have I tried Kennard's apple core trick? No, but I instantly know what it is. I haven't. That makes sense, though. I'm assuming you just right in through the center of that thing. Gotta be, right? What else would it be? That's a good idea. Sofo, thank you for the shout out. Fellow food and drink streamer. Fellow founding advisor to the Food and Drink Club. We're going to be doing a little Discord chat for the Food and Drink Club members coming up at some point. I want to say February 7th, but I could be wrong. It could not be that. 1 inch cube of fresh ginger. Okay, so let's just get our peeler, and we'll peel about 1 inch worth of this arm here, and then we'll cut it off, because it's easier to peel when you can just hold the damn thing in your hands. Oh my god. Oh god, fresh ginger smells so good. Why don't I use this in everything I make? I always forget. That's why. I literally forget to purchase it. Or it's like I have like ginger blindness. CPM says, the International Space Station operates on Coordinated Universal Time as GMT to maintain a consistent schedule for its global partners. Right. Yeah. Okay, that's what I assumed. Okay, that's cool. I love when I make a guess and it's like correct. That I know that sounds like really conceited, maybe it is, but I'm always very happy when I'm like, I bet it's GMT, and like that's what it is. Cool. Thanks for confirming. Okay, so this is about a 1 inch cube of ginger. We're going to, we've peeled it, and we are going to coarsely chop this. So that just means chop, chop, chop. I think a lot of things in the science world are based on GMT, because otherwise there'd just be chaos. All of our time zones are based on it, so why not base other functions on it too? Okay, so that is good. Combine the jalapeno, ginger, and shallot and process until finely chopped. Okay, we're gonna pulse for a moment. Okay, I'm gonna push this down around the edges here. And we're gonna do that again. Ooh, already smells really nice. Add half of the shrimp. Okay, so I need to get my shrimp out. I need to weigh the shrimp because I want to make sure it's like the right weight. I also I'm gonna rinse the shrimp off because it's been in the refrigerator. We're gonna rinse that off in a colander and weigh it to make sure I have like the right amount. I think they usually put a little bit, like, I don't know, sometimes it's more or less. Usually not less, I'll say that. Sometimes it's like slightly more than what I need. So I am looking for 1.5 pounds of shrimp. Deveined, it says, which this most certainly is, or at least should be. Got my little sauces for the, I'm going to make a mayonnaise spread with that, yeah, I'm going to make a mayonnaise spread with this cocktail sauce. And when I was at the store, I was like, hey, can I get like can I get some cocktail sauce? And the person was like, sure. And like pulled out the big like jar of it, and I was like, no, can I get like 2 of those little cups that you have for like the to go stuff? And they were like, yeah, sure, whatever you want. So this is what I, instead of purchasing a large jar, they just gave me one of the they just gave me one of the, or 2 of the little cups. So that was nice of them. I'm glad I saw them, because I was like, oh yeah, this would be ideal. Like I don't need this whole thing. Although I've thought about it recently, how many times in the past, while I was standing there, I thought about the number of times in the past like 2 months that I've thought about getting cocktail sauce for things, and it was not 0. So I was like, I bet I would use this if I bought it. But then I was like, I don't need it. Trying to save a little bit here. I don't need all that. Okay, we have 20 seconds left on my 20-minute timer for those brownies. Let's pause on touching the raw shrimp here, because I'm going to take a look at these brownies in a moment. I could already tell that I'm going to give them more time. So I'm going to set a timer. I'm going to set a timer for 5 minutes, and I'm going to I hit start on that already. What am I looking for these brownies? I put the recipe away. So I'm looking for set and firm to the touch, 20 to 25 minutes. So I am looking for brownies that are not liquidy, like no little, like, they're not like cookies where they firm up later. Like that, you want them to be firm currently. Okay, let's see. No, not quite. All right, I am going to give those the rest of that time. Timer's already going, so we're going to take the tails off of these shrimp while that last 4 minutes is working here. So I need 1.5 pounds of shrimp. That's what it's calling for. So I'm going to take the tails off of these and put them on my scale as I'm doing that. Most certainly, I'm imagining the cats will be by any moment now, because these actually they don't smell. They're very fresh. Like, I mean, I bought them. They've been on ice in the fridge. And I bought them from like a fish vendor. They're not from the supermarket. They're a little closer. This vendor is slightly closer to the source. Like, they're one step closer, I would say, than purchasing them at a supermarket. So maybe they're a little fresher than you might get normally. Yeah, the cats, they're not I don't see them, but they might also be locked in the basement, Cylor. I saw Gwen go upstairs, so they might have been elsewhere. It's only 5:30, 17:30. We're making, honestly, much better time than I thought. I thought that I would be in a complete panic right now. I thought that by the time I was making these burgers, I would be like frantic and highly concerned about time, but I'm not, honestly, and that feels really good. We have, like I mentioned earlier, we have some friends coming over this evening, so we are going to be ordering pizza. So, or rather, our friends are bringing pizza over. I'm not ordering anything. They have some pizza shop that they really like, and they were like, let us bring pizza over. And I was like, all right, yup, okay. Sure, me not making dinner sounds great. Sounds perfect. All right, these are 1 pound, 2 ounces. So I think this is going to be exactly the amount of shrimp I need, which is amazing and kind of ideal. Not that I don't want leftover shrimp. I did ask for 1.5 pounds, so this should be basically like right on point. Maybe a little bit under because I'm taking the tails off, which is fine. If it's slightly under, that's okay. Yeah, 1 pound, 5 ounces. That's great. Okay, wash my hands again. A seafood broth out of the shrimp shells. That sounds fantastic, Kathy. I love a seafood broth. I've never made seafood broth before. I've made lots and lots of vegetable broth or chicken broth or combined vegetable and chicken broth. Yeah, caretaker. I'm surprised the cats aren't up here, honestly. I thought they would be. I thought that the moment the shrimp came out that they would be like on it, but they're not, and that's okay. I'm very okay with that. Okay, we got 20 seconds left on these brownies. So before I measure the rest of this recipe, we're going to wait and we're going to pull these brownies out. And we're going to put the sea salt on it. I've got the salt. I've got it. It's right there. Okay, firm to the touch. Yeah, firm-ish. 2 more minutes. 2 minutes. My oven is really slow. Meaning that when you set it for 350 and the recipe says 15 minutes, that it usually takes 18 minutes. Caretaker, the battery is good. I'm actually using a different not using a different mic. I'm using the other microphone. So I have two mics that I use. I'm using my backup one today. My primary one that I usually use, the back snapped off of it, like, I don't know, 30 minutes into stream. So this one, I'll take a look at the battery, but this one should be, this one is much better in terms of time and like performance. This one usually lasts around 6.5, 7 hours or so. So it should be pretty good. All right. So scale is still at the same weight. Let me look at it though, just in case. Yeah, I'm still in the green. So I probably have an hour and a half maybe on this one. I could turn the other one back on and use it. I just can't I can't like I can't clip it like this one is. This one's just like clipped to my shirt. So all right, let's put no, let's wait. We have 30 seconds left on those brownies. I'm gonna get those out. We're gonna put the salt on them. And then we're going to put them on the counter over here. I'm going to let them cool. Okay. Yep. I'm going to sit them right here. Okay. Brownies are out of the oven. Fight the urge to turn the oven off and do anything other than put the salt on here. Fight it, Lou. You can do it. In my head, I was just like, turn around and turn the oven off. We did it. We did it. Where are my haters at? Just kidding. Please don't hate me. I'm only joking. Okay. Brownies are salted. We did it. We did it. You can be proud of me now. Thank you. Oh, almost just grabbed that with my hands. That just came out of the oven, Lou. Don't do that. All right, we're gonna put this. Nope, still hot when you only use one layer of towel. Surprise, surprise. All right, we're gonna put those over there. I'm gonna turn the oven off. Thank you. Thank you. I remembered to do the last step of a recipe. It's important. And I can also check off the make brownies. Oh wait, I already checked it off. Damn it. Okay, I can't check anything off yet. What's in the food processor? Currently in the food processor is half of a jalapeno pepper, 1 inch worth of ginger, and 1 small shallot. We're about to put half of this shrimp into there and turn it into paste. Then we're gonna put the other half in and pulse it until it's like burger form. And then we're gonna turn it into, how many patties does this say it makes? 4 burgers, which I'm going to put on a sheet pan, specifically this sheet pan, on top of some parchment paper, and put those in the freezer. So I'm not cooking these today. These are one of the meals for our trip. So we're gonna put the finished burgers there. I'm gonna put them in the freezer. Where am I gonna put them in the freezer? I'm gonna put them on that shelf right there. Yes. Okay. Am I? That's the shelf. Yep, right there. Okay. Good. I needed to make space in the freezer for them. Okay. Let's put half the shrimp in this food processor. I want to move this out of the way because that is, I'm holding that for a little bit. Let's move these closer together. Okay, half the shrimp. So this is 612 grams. That means that we're going to put 306 grams in the food processor. Or rather, I'm going to leave 306 grams in the... There we go. 313. Fine. Okay, now add half the shrimp and the salt. And the salt. 1/8 of a teaspoon. I'm not measuring that. That's about 1/8 of a teaspoon. Okay. That's it though. Okay, I was looking to see if I needed to add anything else after that. No. So after this, we're just pulsing and forming. Let me wash my hands because we're finished touching the shrimp. Now, it's, that part is over. Get a clean towel. Alrighty. So we're going to add half the shrimp and the salt and process to form a paste using a spatula to scrape the sides of the bowl as needed. I also want to add, it doesn't say to add this, but I want to add a little bit of Old Bay to these because I want them to be a little bit like seafoody. And I'm afraid that if I don't have the taste of Old Bay in these, it's not gonna work for me. So we're gonna add some Old Bay. I'm also gonna add a little bit of pepper. It doesn't call for it, but like salt, pepper, Old Bay, like normal seafood additives, right? I'm gonna add them at this stage so that they get ground in with the paste portion of it. Okay, that should be all right. All right. And yeah, form a paste. Okay, so let's process these. We got shrimp in here. These are, shrimp, ginger, jalapeno, shallot, all currently in the food processor. Okay, let's scrape this down and go just a little bit more. We're pretty much at a paste here, but there's still some like larger visible solids. There it goes. Okay. That is good. Let's add the rest of this shrimp. So we're adding the remaining shrimp and pulsing to very coarsely chop and combine. There should be identifiable pieces of shrimp, it says. So we do not want to over-process this next step. So we're going to pulse, scrape, and that should be about right. And then we're going to take our gloved hands and turn this into burgers. Kathy, enjoy your dinner. I hope it's good. It sounds lovely. I love stir fry. Okay, we pulsed. Now, do I have any whole shrimp left in here? That's the question. Yes, I got like one or two. Definitely got lots of chunks in here, so I don't want to do this too much more. Maybe like 4 more pulses or so. Okay, checking again. Just kind of moving the spatula through. No. Okay. No whole. Whoa, that has shrimp oil in it. We don't want that. Okay. I'm going to use this bowl though, because all I did was drain the shrimp over it. We're going to use this bowl. I'm going to scrape this out of the food processor so I can measure the weight, and then we're going to make 4 even burgers out of this. Okay, scale is zeroed. Let's go. Now, if I find any whole pieces of shrimp in here, I'm going to toss them back in, and at the when I'm finished putting everything, pulling everything out of here, then I will just pulse those couple pieces separately. Okay. These smell great, honestly. Like fresh seafood is a good smell, or it's a horrible smell, but I don't think anybody's kind of take it or leave it. I think you either love it or leave it. Love it or leave it. Okay, 636 grams. That's, I'm going to math that. 636 divided by 4 is 159 grams per burger. That's pretty good. I don't know what a normal size burger is, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if that's generous or not, but we'll see once I've formed them. Putting my food processor back in the cabinet here. Okay, so let's get some gloves. Let's get some shoes. Oh my God, shoes. Gloves. Yeah, what do you need?
I'm getting the bottom of the thing.
Bottom shelf. Nope, bottom shelf in the back. In the back.
Oh, I see it.
There you go.
Smells good.
Oh my God, shoes. These shoes rule. These shoes suck.
I love it.
Subscribers can put command shoes in chat and hear that sound. Cal, love you too. I don't think I have that
Cheers.
actually.
Oh my God. Cheers.
I don't have that sound on my Stream Deck. I really should. I don't know why I don't. What did I say? 159 grams? 159 grams. Whoa, okay. 151, 171, 164, 162. Oh, come on. 153, 155, 158. Close enough. Close enough. Let me borrow that top. It's such a cute top. Oh my God. Every once in a while, the internet brings something back and we just love to hear it. Okay, you know what I need? No, I need a mold. I need a mold. These are, yeah, these need to be, I want these to be flat. I want them to be flat. I don't want them to be like rounded, mounded crab cake style things. I want them to be like burger style. So we're going to put these inside of a biscuit cutter. and press them down. Tardis, welcome in. Hey, Tardis, that's 20 check-ins. That's a Cookie Club entry. That's a Cookie Club entry. Welcome. Okay. And I'm forming these into burgers, but I'm also gonna like fold the edge, the top edge in just a little bit. I'm gonna like scrape it in so it's sort of rounded. Okay, 159. Oh, I love that show. That was from Kids in the Hall, right? Am I remembering that correctly? The shoes sketch. Phillies fan, welcome in. Oh, TARDIS. I'm glad that it's the like end of your day. Seafilms, what's your definition of a burger? Any sort of rounded meat patty that you put on the grill to cook, I think is probably where I would land on that one. I don't have a like specific definition. I'm sure there is a definition. I bet there is. Vegetarian or vegan doesn't qualify as a burger. No, it does. I would say it does. Just like any sort of rounded patty, I suppose, would be... I guess, does it even have to be round? What's that fast food chain with them square Johns that are like trying to be different? No, I suppose it doesn't have to be round. I think a burger is just like ground and processed, right? In some capacity. Like processed meat, processed things. One of my favorite burgers is a place in Philly called National Mechanics that has a veggie burger that is like a bunch of julienne vegetables, and it's just like a patty, and they grill it, and it in no way resembles meat, but is excellent. They put it on a bun. We're gonna break out the Food Lover's Companion in just a moment here when I'm finished with these gloves, and we're gonna look up the word burger and see if it's in there. That's what we're gonna do. Why have a book of food definitions in your house if you're not going to use it for the purpose of defining foods? Right? Okay, shrimp burgers. Burgers are finished. Well, not finished, but they're finished from my purposes. Here they are. That one has a little dab on top of it because there was a little left in the bowl, but those are shrimp burgers. I got whole pieces of shrimp and shrimp paste, essentially. I'll pop those in the freezer. And we'll package those later. I don't know if I'll end up packaging those on stream. Probably not, if I'm guessing, because they probably won't be completely frozen by that point. So that's my guess. Let me wash my hands. We're going to open the Food Lover's Companion, and we're going to look up the word burger. Does a burger have to be on bread? No, not to my... I don't think that I would define a burger as necessitating bread in order for it to be a burger. I think it's just like, I would say that it's anything that's been like ground up or processed in some way, formed into a patty that you could cook, typically cook on a grill or flat top. Let's see what the Food Lover's Companion has to say. Is the word burger in here? I'm guessing it's not, but it might be. B-U-R-G-G-O. Burgle. B-U-R-G-E. No. Let's look up hamburger, because that's the typical usage of the term. Hamburger, cheeseburger. Now, this is specific to a hamburger. It's also commonly referred to as a burger or hamburger steak. The name Hamburger comes from the seaport town of Hamburg, Germany, where it is thought that 19th century sailors brought back the idea of raw shredded beef after trading with Baltic provinces of Russia. So, the mystery remains. The mystery remains. I say a burger can be anything that is like processed in some capacity, shredded, ground, hand torn, whatever, formed into some type of patty and heated on a grill or flat top grill or whatever sort of grill. Obviously, a like cast iron pan would be a flat top adjacent / equivalent. So I think that would also qualify. All right, those are good. We've finished with our cookbooks today. We have finished. Let's get our checklist out. Gonna get our checklist here. Is a sausage McMuffin a burger? Sure. Yeah, it's a breakfast burger. I would say so. Sure. Because you're calling it a like what else would you call it? A sausage patty, right? Like you'd call it a hamburger patty. You could call it a hamburger patty. So yeah, I would say so. Sure. Assemble the baked apple. Alrighty, that one's an easy one. Easy. Okay. This is more of a vibes-based dish than it is a recipe. I'm going to make 4 of these actually, because I know myself I'm going to eat 2, and I'll probably end up eating 3 if Calvin doesn't want 1. Or if Calvin doesn't want 2, I will just eat them. Totally fine. So we're going to use, if I have it in here, I probably don't. I've probably relegated it to my drawer of one-use things. So we got to go over in the cabinet and get the apple core. Ray, welcome in. Seasonal Nick, I agree. A hamburger steak is still a hamburger. Totally. You don't need a bun. The short definition for burger from Google is a round patty of a savory ingredient, typically ground beef. Oof, Google hates Wendy's, huh? Google's like, nah, Wendy's, we do not recognize your burger. Your burger must be round to qualify for our definition. All right, where's this apple core? I core apples never. So if I can't find it, I'm just gonna core the apple without it, obviously. Okay, there it is. And I don't actually want to core the whole apple here. I just want to cut down a little ways. So I'm gonna end up using a paring knife to get to finish these, which is fine. Obviously, we're not, Oh, okay. I have a whole box, like a couple months months ago. It might be a year ago at this point. I don't know. Sometime in the past, we did a stream where I went through that drawer and cleaned out a bunch of stuff that I never use and don't really want to be kicking around, like when I'm searching for things that I do use. But what that means is that every so often, we got to dig in the way, way deep depths of the cabinet to get something that I relegated to back there that I now want to need. So anyway, I never understood the term for sausage on a flat breakfast patty, as the whole definition of a burger is flat and round, sausage is long and cylindrical. Mr. Syntax, I'm kind of with you. Sausage, as I understand it, is the type of meat. It's just like the ground meat. The form is either a link or a patty. That's where I would land on that. Okay, so we're coring about 2/3 of the way down into this apple. And then I'm going to use a paring knife. Use a paring knife to take out that piece that I just cut. I cut like a angle here. You know what would probably be better for this? A narrow spoon. You know what would be, yeah, probably be best for this is a butter knife, so I don't destroy my fucking hand. Let's see. Do I have... Yes. This flat side, the spoon is too wide, but the flat side of the spoon, the flat handheld end of this is perfect. Okay. So I'm just trying to get the guts out of this. Because what we're making is a container to put stuff inside of. Beautiful. But then burger is ground patty, sausage can be a link or ground patty. Yes. Because I would say you could have like like you don't need to call it a burger. You could just call it a ground meat patty. And I believe that if you said those words out loud, ground meat patty, that the thing that someone would be imagining in their head would be the same thing as if you called it a hamburger. All right, we're getting the seeds out of here. Where's Mr. Pedantic when we need him? All right, so we're working here. So this is clearly not a burger. This is an apple. And I'm scraping around on the inside here just to get the I'm not trying to like widen this. I'm just trying to get all the stuff that was in here out. A ground meat patty would not be a veggie burger. Seafilms, this is fact. This is true. You are correct. Grind it up and add some flour and egg yolk, and I could make an apple burger. True. By the definition that we have been circling around, that is accurate. Although I think if I tried to feed my family apple burgers, they would be like, "What are you doing?" I don't think there is a distinction. I feel like you could just call it like you would call it a beef patty or a sausage patty. Like, I think the name is the name exists only to identify like sort of the time that you eat it. I don't know. Because I feel like you can call it a hamburger or a burger or I don't know. a beef patty. For example, what is in a Big Mac? What's the song say? 2 all beef patties. They don't say burger at all. And Big Mac doesn't say burger at all either. It's probably the most famous hamburger that one could come up with. And the word burger is nowhere in the name. So I think burger is really just a construct when it comes right down to it. A dish consisting of a round patty of ground beef or another savory ingredient that is fried or grilled and typically served in a split bun or roll with various condiments and toppings. Yeah, I mean, I would expand that to just say it's a ground, a round patty of ground material, vegetables, beef, pork, chicken, pick. There's no breakfast sausage like that, hence my confusion. Got it. So yeah, I mean, that would be confusing because breakfast sausage can be round or flat. Would you then just call them a sausage patty? I lied. We're not finished with this book. We're figuring out what goes into these things. Walnuts, raisins, brown sugar, jam. Mix that all together. Butter piece into the hole. Score the apple skin around its waist. Okay. Wait, around its waist? What? Okay. I only need this much. I don't need to fill this bowl. I need raisins. I need raisins. I need walnuts. I'm not going to use walnuts. I'm going to use pecans. This is mainly, I'm using this recipe not for the ingredients specifically, but mainly as a process of like, oh, what do I do to make these ahead of time? Less so on the what specific and volume of ingredients do we need. The sausage is just a patty. There. I mean, I don't think I've ever called a sausage patty a sausage burger. I think my argument is that you could. Not that you would or should, but that it would be technically correct. You would never call it a sausage burger if it's for breakfast. Primary method of eating it, like on a bun, helps define. Yeah, like I do think my point is that you could, and not that one should. Because I think that calling it that would cause a bit of confusion. For sure, obviously. Patty, definition for Google is a small flat cake of minced or finely chopped food, especially meat. Yes. I think burger carries connotations of meat, mental ones. I think it carries implications of meat, but that is not necessarily accurate. Third, a cup of coarsely chopped walnuts. We're using pecans. Any chopped food. God damn, this cat just fell into the trash can. This cat just jumped into the trash can. This is now a trash cat. Her heart is racing. Oh, don't touch me with your trash paws. Don't touch me with your trash paws. We have a garbage cat. She's like, she's so embarrassed. She does not want to be held. She's like a spring right now. I know, babe. She's the only cat that makes noise when you hold her. Okay. She's just like, no, let me down. I want to get out of here. Hold on. I need to wash my hands. I have the trash can open because I put things in it during stream. I took the trash out before stream. The trash can only has shrimp wrappings in it right now. Oh my god. Yeah, Moon Dies. Her nose is like perfectly down the middle. Bellows. That one is well deserved. Oh my god. Okay, let's chop these pecans. Oh, I've gotten a bunch of text messages in the past half hour. I should put an eye on my phone because like we have people coming over to the house and they might be texting me questions about pizza. So my phone just buzzed again. It's probably not. It's probably like some telemarketer texting me about a home loan or something. Obviously a scam. Fellas, dad jokes are always welcomed and very much appreciated. Raisin awareness. Too much. Okay. That is a little more than a third of a cup, but that's okay. Sausage is an item of food in the form of a cylindrical length of minced pork or other meat encased in skin, typically sold raw to be grilled or fried before eating. I love a sausage. We're having chorizo. Chorizo is when I say sausage and peppers, that's what we're doing. It feels contradictory. Oh, so it's not the patty part, it's the sausage part. Okay. My understanding of sausage is that it's ground meat. And that you can have like turkey sausage or pork sausage, and that the meat being ground is like you could like take a handful of the ground meat and be like, this is sausage. I think Twinderella, I have two. Like it's so, I mean, obviously, Mrs. Syntax, it's so common to have ground meat in a tube, in an intestinal case, referred to as sausage. Like, I don't think, in my head, I know that that's the first thought that I have is sausage, like round sausage. I also hold the thought of it being just the meat. Like those two things sort of pop up at the same time, almost. Okay, I want to say that I'm finished with my cutting board. I'm gonna put it in the sink. Okay. And then we want to put a little bit of jelly or jam, it calls for, in here. So we'll do, what do I have? I think I have strawberry jam in here. I do. Yeah, we'll put a little strawberry jam. It just like holds it together. The Cambridge definition is a food made of meat that has been cut into small pieces, mixed with spices, and usually put onto a thin edible tube. That's like, so that by that definition, that would just be like the meat part of it, not the form factor of the meat. I think that's one of those things where like we know that we can say that that's true, but I think colloquially most people in the US would imagine the first thing that you would think of when you hear sausage is the cylinder. Then maybe you immediately equate the meat inside of it. But I feel like in a vacuum, if someone was like, picture sausage to me, I would be picturing the cylinder. When I said I make my lasagna with Italian sausage, I don't think anyone thought I meant links of it. 9. That's true. And I will say this. When I buy sausage for the purpose of using it, when I buy sausage for the purpose of using it in like a quiche, for example, right? Often it comes in that cylindrical form. So to me, it's also like it's so hard to separate those two things, right? The wiki article on sausage is very interesting, right? I feel like we've exhausted the content of that article. Twindrella, I had no idea this was going to be a sausage party today, but here we are, and I don't hate it. Just saying. Not to mention the other sausage, Liz says. You mean chicken sausage? Of course. Of course. How could we forget? I know that's what you meant. I'm pretty sure. Okay, I need to wash my hands because this jelly container is sticky. Actually, I'm not going to wash them. I'm just going to rinse them off because I just washed them like a moment ago. I am going to take one of these towels and wipe the outside of it, though, because let's just put it back in the refrigerator all sticky. Right, that makes 0 sense. Alrighty. Stuff the apples with a filling it may not all fit. Then press a butter piece into the top of each hole like a cap. Using a sharp knife, score each apple skin around its waist. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're gonna do this with a spoon and by hand because so I can't really get the spoon in here. That's not gonna work. A field roast apple and sage vegetarian sausage. Apple and sage are classic flavors. So patty equals formed mince. Sausage equal the inside of a link used in any way. A sausage equals the whole form with skin. Basically, yes. The definition for hot dog is a frankfurter. What is it with the Germans and their meats encased in things? Frankfurter. I believe that one's from Frankfurt, if I'm understanding correctly. Oh man. These apples are, I'm kind of loving this. I'm really pushing this filling in here because there's a bit of it. Obviously I didn't measure anything. So we have like extra filling. If we have a lot more filling, let's see, how much are we going to have after this apple? I think what I'll probably do is put this in a small container and then just roast an apple and put this like on it. Like I'll just cut it in half and lay this on it in the tray. I don't want to go through coring and all of that again. We're not doing that. I think 4 apples worth is enough. I'm not going to waste this either. So let's get a small container. Ground pork and ground sausage. Well, I think we've established, Twindrella, that sausage needs seasoning. That part of the consideration of what makes it sausage is the fact that it's like seasoned. Now I want a frankfurter. I want hot dogs like all the time. Hot dogs are one of my favorite foods. Just a normal, like plain plain hot dog. Not plain insofar as I don't want toppings on it. Don't hear me when I say that. Plain as in I don't want like a fancy sausage. I just want like a hot dog. Like a, literally just a ballpark hot dog. Trademark. Okay, stuff the apples. Oh, butter. We need to put a little butter in here. So how much butter? 3 tablespoons cut into 4 pieces. What? No. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3 tablespoons cut into 4 pieces. That's an interesting designation. All right. 3, 4. There we go. Stuff the apples with the filling. Press a butter piece into the top of each hole like a cap. You got it. You got it. Well, that doesn't seem to be fitting, so we'll just do our best. So you opted for the ground pork and not the sausage. Yeah. Yeah, I prefer, if I can, I like seasoning the thing myself, but like, if I'm getting sausage from somewhere, I'm probably wanting it like that flavor. Like the ones that I bought for this trip, I bought like chorizo, and I'm gonna cook them exactly as I got them. I'm not doing anything special to like zhuzh them up at all. Okay, if you plan to roast the apples in foil, cut a double layer of heavy foil, arrange the fruit snugly on the foil, gather the long edges of the foil. Okay, so I am going to roast these in foil. I'm also going to probably unwrap these again before cooking them. So we're just going to do four apples in one packet. And we're going to do this. We're going to roll the top. A sandwich eaten as a light meal. The sandwich can be a pretty heavy meal. I'm not going to lie. I think we've evolved sandwich from that definition pretty substantially. I've had some sandwiches that put me down for like hours, if not the rest of the day. Okay. Well, this is... Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, that's the opposite direction. All right. So these, I will just, I can roast these sort of as they are. I'll need to open this packet and put some water inside of it as it calls for. Well, it says when you bake them, open the packet, add the water, and reseal. Mount the coals. We're not cooking these on the fire. It does call for adding a 1/4 cup of water brandy. The girl is mine. Or cider. Do I have brandy? Oh, that would be so good if I had brandy. Because it would cook off. That's the thing. Like the alcohol would cook off, and they would be really, really, really delicious that way. I'm sorry that you seem to be confused. He belongs to me. The boy is mine. Assemble the baked apples and pack. We have made the brownies. We have not yet cut the brownies. Let's cut the brownies. Are these cuttable yet? Oh, yes, they are. Okay. These are very cut-able. To cut these, I am going to take them out. I said I thought I was done with my cutting board, and I lied. I'm not. We're going to cut these on here. So I'm not going to take the pan with me. I don't want the pan. I am going to put these in a foil packet as well. So I'm gonna fold that down. I'm gonna cut them with, let's cut these with the big knife. No, let's cut these with this knife, because this one is the right size. It said 16 pieces. That's a lot. It says 16 brownies, but I don't know if I need 16. Darth, welcome in. Sarah Lynn, good to see you. I hope y'all are good. I hope y'all are doing wonderful. I just noticed today that you got a new logo, Darth. I don't know if I'm really out of touch, and that's on me. And if that's the case, I am sorry that I did not notice it before. But I like your new logo. I saw it today. I don't remember where I came across it, but very, very nice. A week or so. Yes. I love when I feel like I am not super behind. Sarah, I was like, maybe I'll say this, and someone will be like, yeah, and I'll be like, yeah, I updated that like a year and a half ago. And I'll be like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm terrible. 4, 8, 12, 16. Okay, so I want to put these in 16 pieces. Friends who were hanging out here, we were talking about lots of stuff. If you like to also talk about lots of stuff, food related, etc. Darth Verbaga is a longtime friend of the stream, food and drink streamer, genuinely nice human. I would encourage you and humbly but directly request that you go follow Darth on his stream. We were talking about sausage. Friends who just joined us, what's your favorite type of sausage? There are no wrong answers. Really, there are no wrong answers. I promise you, we've had a lengthy conversation about sausage. But friends who just joined us, a couple little notes. We are a silent follows channel, so if you're the type of person who likes to lurk and doesn't really love being called out for it, for following, you are more than welcome here. There are no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no messages in chat. There's no graphics on the screen, and I'm not going to say hi to you if you hit the follow button until you say hi first in chat. So there's that. Friends who just joined us also, this is a food and drink stream. We are pretty food oriented here. We have mostly food related streams. Occasionally we'll do an IRL stream out in the world, out where I live here in Philadelphia. But mostly we are all about cooking and conversation. I'm a recipe developer, so I do a lot of that. I'm not doing that today. That's not what we were working on. Today we were doing a bunch of prep for a trip that I'm going on. So we've been busy today. We've had a really busy one so far. We have a little teeny tiny bit left to go, which is great. I'm cruising into finishing here in a little bit. But let me tell you what we were working on today. I should also introduce myself. Hi, I'm Lou. It's nice to meet you. As I mentioned, I live in Philadelphia. Yeah, we like to talk about food. It's a friendly place for lurkers. Thank you for coming through. Follows are always silent, so if you hit the follow button, again, nothing happens. And, I mean, you follow. Obviously, that's the point. But welcome. It's lovely to have you. I should have stacked these brownies, huh? This is not the right form factor for transporting these. It's okay. I didn't, and we'll deal with it. This shit's falling over in the fridge. Damn it. Okay, no, we got it. We figured it out. Okay, favorite sausage. Oh my God, things are falling. Okay. We did it though. Madison says my favorite sausage is the kind that goes in my mouth. I mean, like, yes. I like most sausage, so that's a good, we're gonna interpret that however we want. Chrissy, my aunt is in Westchester. Westchester's super close to me. Westchester is close enough that I can go there for any purpose or any like whatever I want to do. But it's far enough away that the college kids usually stay in Westchester. Holiday kielbasa. Okay. I really love like a chorizo sausage. Like the spicier the better. Okay, we have just a few things left today. We're really doing well. Let's check the shrimp burgers that I made because those might be ready to freeze. I don't think they are quite yet. Or they're not, sorry, not ready to freeze, ready to package from being frozen. I only put them in the freezer like, what, 25, 30 minutes, maybe an hour ago. It was a while, but it was long enough that I'm like, maybe they're ready. I put them in the freezer before I made the apples and did the stuff with the brownies. So it's possible that they're ready to go. Let's check them. Which one's the freezer? It's this one. Are these ready yet? No. No. They're like just a little bit sticky. Okay, so these are shrimp burgers that we made today. I'm freezing them currently, and those are going to be part of what we're eating over the weekend. They're a new recipe to me. German brat, cheesy. Yes. Oh my God. Sausage with like cheese in it that like melts when you cook it, but doesn't like explode out is phenomenal. Phenomenal. They look like cookies. They do kind of look like cookies. Next on Cookie Club, shrimp. No, that's cursed. We're not doing that. I'm wiping this counter because I keep putting my hand down and there's like, I keep getting a little sticky on the edge of this counter, and I don't love that. And certainly it's not the ideal scenario. So we're gonna wipe this off. So we're cooking today. We are doing prep for a cabin camping trip. So the goal for today is prep a lot of things. We have a big menu this upcoming trip. We have a stove and an oven. It is an indoor trip, so it's a little better, a little bit more upscale from what we usually do, which is campfire cooking. The menu for this weekend is, let's go through the menu and I'll tell you what we have made and or prepped for each of the dishes. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Y'all don't want shrimp cookies? Why not? 9 says our state park cabins have only a fire pit to cook with. Ours do too. We have two different types of state park cabins here. I'm in Pennsylvania. Well, we have more than that. There's yurts. There are, which have no amenities. There are glamping tents, which are like pretty tricked out, no oven, but they have a lot of other stuff. There are what they call camping cabins, which are basically just the cabin. They have a heater, they have electricity, but they don't have anything else. That is your camping cabin. And then they have modern cabins, which is the one that I'm staying in, they have electricity, obviously, but the modern cabins, unlike the camping cabins, have running water and a kitchen. So they have a stove. I don't know if it's gas or electric. I'm assuming it's electric. But they have like an electric stove and an oven. I've been in ones before that they have a microwave. Some of them don't. But they have those, which is really nice. I've stayed in both. I like the camping. I like the camping cabins. My only issue with those is the going outside for the bathroom. I don't mind having to cook over a fire pit. And I also don't mind having to cook over like on a camp stove, because that's usually what I do. Mostly when I am camping, I'm cooking on a camp stove and I'm sleeping in a tent. So like the modern cabins feel luxurious. A crock pot in those would be fun though. I think that I don't need this. This is too big. This is going to be way too much mayonnaise. I think the camping cabins have electricity. I don't actually know if you're supposed to bring a crock pot. I think you can bring a crock pot. I haven't read the rules for them in a little while, so I'm not really sure if that's typical. I'll try, Moonaz, you'll try shrimp cookies? I would try a shrimp cookie. I would try a cookie. Have you had those like shrimp fries? The like shrimp fries from like, they're like chips, but they have shrimp on them, shrimp flavor on them. Those are really good. What we're doing is making a cocktail sauce mayonnaise that can go on my shrimp burgers. So I have some cocktail sauce. I have mayonnaise. I'm combining them. And that's going to be our dressing for these burgers. I'm just combining them in the container that I'm going to I'm gonna pack them and store them in. Did an event in a log cabin from the 1700s. That's fun. I'm assuming there was no electricity in that one, but maybe they had an extension cord. Okay, does this thing come with an induction oven or induction stove? The bathrooms and showers at the one here is nicer than my bathroom at home. Fascinating. We usually tent camp, so I'm very used to going camping and having there be like very little in the way of, amenities like that. Like there's a washroom, but it's like not close, I'm gonna add a little bit of ketchup to this because this is still a little bit light for my taste. Oh, I know what I'm going to add to this. I got this for Calvin for Christmas. This was in his stocking. Jalapeno ketchup. Never owned a camp stove. I have one of those double burner Coleman stoves that runs off of propane, which is I'm very proficient on cooking on it. I do have lots of ketchup. That is true. There was a lot of ketchup in the last round of cabinet clean out. I do like campfire cooking. Sometimes some things when I'm camping, I do a mix of the two, usually. What I do try and plan for is that I try to plan for anything that I'm going to make that I can make it on a stove. So if it's in a Dutch oven and it's like a stew, like I can put the Dutch oven on the stove and like make it in that. I don't need to put it on the fire. Primarily because if it rains, like if it's pouring rain, we're still going camping. We're not camping just because of a little rain. Like, So we're we're all weather campers, meaning I need to be prepared to cook in all the weather. Mom Dubs, enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate it. I hope you have a lovely Friday to end your week. I'm adding just a little bit of Chipotle hot sauce in here too. It's probably going to make it like way too fucking spicy, and I probably just ruined it, but like, whatever. We got this. I'm a bedrock queen and no weather camper. Liz, also valid. Gwen is not shy about her complete lack of interest in going camping with Calvin and I. She has zero desire, and that's fine. She's gone camping with us one time. Oh, hell yeah. That is fucking good. Oh shit. It's good, except the bottom of it isn't completely mixed. Oh, I really do need to put this in a separate bowl, don't I? Shit. I didn't want to. But there's portions of the bottom of this that are not mixed, and also this container is a little bit small. So there's mayonnaise stuck on the bottom of this, which means that it's not fully incorporated. Annoying. Okay. There we go. It's fine. That can go in the dishwasher. And we'll put this in a larger container. Not spicy enough, though. Needs more jalapeno. Yeah, 9. The Coleman, I bought the Coleman stove. There was, in 2020, like the summer of the COVID summer, I went all in on like a bunch of camping stuff. Because I just knew it was one of those scenarios where I knew that I was going to use it again. It was not a one-time purchase, or it was not a risky. It didn't feel risky to buy, to like make an investment in it, because I had been in my youth a very enthusiastic camper, and I was like itching to get back to it. And with Calvin of an age where he was like just ready to camp at that point, I was like, we're going to do this all the time. And so we have, which has been very true. This spring, y'all, Calvin and I are going to celebrate our 100th night of camping. 100 nights of tent camping, not cabin, tent. So since 2020, we have been tent camping. I think I keep track of it. Obviously, I keep track of it. We're on the cusp. I have one more trip to book before then, which is like a trip with some friends. So we're still trying to iron out the dates. But if it works out, we're gonna have our 100th night of camping on like Memorial Day weekend. I'm genuinely like excited and proud about that. It's something where I didn't think about it. It wasn't like a goal, but obviously like we've arrived there, and you know, we've arrived there, and we're certainly not stopping there, but it seems like a huge milestone. Does he ever say like he's not feeling it? You know, Liz, no, he's never really said that he doesn't want to. Yeah, 9. I take Calvin camping regularly enough. I'm going to take his jalapeno ketchup actually instead of the other one. That's as I'm thinking about it now. I take him regularly enough, and we've started now going. The past couple years, we have a group of some of his friends that go, which is lovely. And that's been really nice because he enjoys having friends with him, and I enjoy having another set of eyes on the kid because it makes it less work for me. Caretaker, enjoy the rest of your evening. I appreciate you. Thank you for saying hi. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for being here in general. You've been hanging out for a long time today. we have one more thing to do before I have exhausted my to-do list today, which is amazing. I'm finished a little bit earlier than I planned, which means that I've been a little more efficient than I thought I would be, which is like kind of incredible because that's like not normal. Not at all. Not at all normal. Oh my God. Yeah, it's funny. When I was a kid, my dad took me camping with Boy Scouts, and it was a big thing for me. I was in Boy Scouts for my whole life. I was a Cub Scout. I was a Boy Scout. I went with my troop. Hold on, 30, 45, 45. Let's do 5, so 50. Okay. I went with my troop a bunch. We used to go camping like once a month for most of my teenage years. And that I sort of carried over into being an adult, and I didn't camp really at all for a long time because like I didn't have anyone who wanted to camp with me. Like Gwen wasn't going to camp with me. Like, and I didn't have friends who wanted to. And then when sort of, when Calvin was born, there was a couple years where he was a little young, obviously, for camping, or maybe not. I mean, a lot of people I've seen take their kids camping at any age. But he finally hit the age where I was like, all right, we're going. And I bought a bunch of camping equipment all at once. I don't want to say splurged because I didn't buy anything that was like top of the line. But I did, bought camping equipment, and he and I have been going about every 6 to 8 weeks ever since then. So, yeah. Physically couldn't, and my mom, she couldn't mentally. And Liz, did you like being with friends in that environment? I feel like friends makes a huge difference. Because if you're out and you're camping and you're out there, but there's like really no one else around, it's like, I don't know, it doesn't like have the same vibe to it. The other, like Calvin and I go, but I make sure to like plan. Like we got stuff to do, it's busy, there's food, there's also downtime. And I appreciate the fact that he will sit and like read a book during that time. He doesn't like always have to have entertainment of some variety, which is nice, honestly. Now, you've gone alone. I've only camped alone like maybe twice in my life. One of the times that I camped alone, I streamed it. So I wasn't like alone. I was alone physically. Emotionally, I was not alone. Much like I'm not alone now, despite no one else being in the house. Okay. This goes over here. And this goes in the fridge. Y'all. We did it. We have finished my whole checklist. Happy about that. Pretty proud of myself, honestly. That was quite a bit. It was slightly less work than I think I thought it was going to be. It was more efficient than I thought it was going to be. That's, I guess, how I would quantify that. Yosemite, yeah. My understanding, don't you have to like book? You have to like book ahead for Yosemite, but you also have to have. I feel like you have to have like like a special permit or something, or maybe that's just for hiking. I'm not positive. I would love to go to Yosemite. Never been. Never been. Okay, let's see. Where do we want to land today? There's a lot of folks in food and drink who I don't know. And I don't, as y'all know, I don't love rating folks who I don't know personally, but haven't watched their stream before. Because I don't know. It can always be a little weird to do that, especially if I like don't know them and they're like, who are you? I have some thoughts. I have one potential place that I would like to go, but we're gonna see. But let's recap. Let's recap what we did today. A caravan tour would be super fun, Liz. I'd love to get an RV and just do some like actual out kind of bouncing around a little bit. I think that would be honestly kind of amazing. Not really in a tent. I don't know if I'd want to be in a tent for that, because that's a lot of like setup and takedown, and I'm not, if I'm moving from like one place to another, I don't think I want to be in a tent to do that the whole time. Okay, let's see. How do y'all feel about not going somewhere in the food and drink category? Is that okay? Is that going to be not ideal? I had a thought of somewhere that I would like to go that we've absolutely never rated. Absolutely, I've 100% I've never rated this person. I've watched their streams before, and I know that at least one person in chat enjoys this stream, and they just started like 20 minutes ago, and they have a special guest today. So I think we are okay. We're gonna rate Astro Canuck. Astro Canuck is someone who I am quite positive I have not chatted in his stream before. So he's going to be like, who are you? Which is fine. But I really appreciate his streams. He does astronomy. He does astronomy stuff. It says that he's doing a live stream with NASA today, which is super cool. So I would love to go and just drop in, and I'm going to lurk there for a little bit. But Astro Canuck also does Legos. He does outer space stuff. He chats quite a lot about astronomy. It's very niche. So I hope that you enjoy his stream. My next stream, first off, let me set this right up. And it's going to be like, who are you rating? Why are you rating this person? Anyway, there we go. Okay, we got it. My next stream is going to be checks the calendar. Next stream will be Wednesday. This coming next Wednesday. So we've been doing like Tuesday, Thursday. Next Tuesday, I actually have a couple things. I have an early PTA meeting. I have therapy in the middle of the day. It's just not like, I don't know if I'm pretty sure I'm not going to stream on Tuesday. I'm going to stream on Wednesday and Thursday next week. So it's a Wednesday, Thursday schedule. We're trying that out. It'll be the first time I've tried Wednesday, Thursday. So like this time next week, I'll be live, but I'll also be live on Wednesday. So a little heads up on that. Okay, we're going to start the raid. We're going to go hang out with Astro Canuck. As I have said earlier and kind of continue to say, I appreciate y'all. Thank you for your company. I really love hanging out with all the folks who hang out in chat, all the folks who lurk. Hold on, let me turn these. There we go. Here's some raid messages in chat. Oh, Sofa, thank you. Here they come again. They're going twice. Here's also a few social media links in chat. It would be lovely if you would follow on any of those that make sense for you to do so. I'm going to drop the YouTube link one more time in chat. That one will take you directly to a subscription. I would appreciate that because YouTube is ideal. YouTube is a good place. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. I do appreciate all of your company. I appreciate our conversations, your camaraderie, just hanging out with me. So thank you. I hope you all have a really lovely weekend ahead. Happy Friday. I hope it's easy. I hope it is exactly what you need it to be. And I hope that it is a good one. Stay safe out there and enjoy. Thanks for the time today. All right. Goodbye.